NSA. He's met the tri-chiefs, and right after that, today, for the first time ever since Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi will address the nation at sharp 8 p.m. Prime Minister's first address post-Operation Sindoor. Like I pointed out earlier, the Prime Minister had chaired key meetings at his residence today. The NSS, CDS, Tri-Service chiefs all attended the meeting. Raksha Mantri, External Affairs Minister, also attended this key meeting. We've already heard this afternoon the DGMO press briefing where, they detail for India in terms of the targets that India hit. But all eyes, viewers, will be on the Prime Minister's address. As a responsible nation, the Prime Minister had been following, studying all developments. He was kept abreast by the CDS, by the NSA, by the Defense Minister, even the tri-chiefs. Unlike Pakistan's Prime Minister, trigger-happy, giving out reactions in Parliament, outside, our Prime Minister has been silent. And now that the ceasefire has been announced and is finally being followed, the Prime Minister will speak to the nation today on what has been exemplary, stunning show by the Indian Armed Forces. I want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Unithan, senior journalist. But before I do that, I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Piyush. Piyush, few can forget, right before Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister's public meet in Bihar, where he vowed retribution, saying that exemplary action, never seen before action would be taken. More so later on, har goli ka jawab gola hoga. And today, for the first time ever since Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister will address the nation. Since the course of the day, Piyush, elucidate on that. He's been briefed by the External Affairs Minister, by the Defense Minister, the CDS. You've had the NSA and the tri-chiefs.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. In the last more than 2 weeks, we have seen a Prime Minister chairing a series of meetings. And today, after the successful Operation Sindoor, he is going to address the nation for the very first time. And during his address, most likely, Prime Minister is going to talk about the successful Operation Sindoor, the lesson which we have taught to Pakistan, and also about the developments those have taken place in the last more than 2 weeks since Pahalgam terror attack. You would remember, Preeti, that Prime Minister had cut short his Saudi Arabia visit, and after he landed in Delhi, he was briefed immediately by NSA, Ajit Doval, and Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And then on the very next day, he had held a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting in which series of diplomatic actions were taken against Pakistan. After that, Prime Minister also chaired a meeting with tri-services chiefs in which NSA Doval and S. Jaishankar were also present. And at that time, free hand was given to security forces to decide on more timing and targets to reply back to Pakistan on the terror attack which it carried out against the Indian soil. And after all these meetings, coordinated meetings, Prime Minister for the first time is going to address the nation. Remember that today in the morning also he held a meeting with NSA Ajit Doval in which S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, the Defense Minister, also tri-services chiefs. Along with them, what sources have confirmed to us that top Indian government officials were also present. And soon after that, Prime Minister also held another meeting with NSA Doval and Air Force Chief Air Marshal A.P. Singh. So after holding multiple meetings, the Prime Minister is now going to address a nation. In 1 hour from now, we will see that address will begin. Prime Minister is most likely going to focus on the kind of actions those have been taken against Pakistan. Also, the developments
by the Indian Armed Forces. We've been a responsible nation, viewers, and one must really touch on it. Because away from the military political rhetoric, which went on in propaganda where Pakistan was concerned, where nearly on a daily level we heard the Pakistan Prime Minister speak, as was our military response, so was our political response back home, measured, tempered. The Prime Minister was briefed every day, day and night. He was following the developments and has chosen to speak now that we're in ceasefire. It's been exemplary how our armed forces have performed. And I want to also bring in our managing editor, Gaurav Sawant, who's joining me. But Sandeep, I want to bring you in on this. Sandeep, it's often said that, the armed forces are the forward march of the political will of a country. And the last 6 days have seen exemplary, never seen before action.
Absolutely, Preeti. You know, in fact, Operation Sindoor is politico-military signaling of the highest order. It's one of the most significant military operations embarked upon by the Republic of India since independence. Now, it's really significant what Prime Minister Modi has authorized the armed forces to do. He's given them full operational liberty to tackle these targets. First the terror infrastructure and then finally the military infrastructure. So what we've seen with the DGMO's briefing yesterday and today, Preeti, is we saw the military aspect of the operations. We saw how we've conducted unprecedented airstrikes against Pakistan's terror infrastructure, killing over 100 terrorists, 9 strikes against the terror infrastructure. And then later, once we were provoked, once Pakistan began attacking our airfields and our cities and our civilian population, India authorized one of the largest airstrikes by the Indian Air Force. In fact, this is unprecedented in the history of independent India. The Indian Air Force has never undertaken operations that are so complex. 11 airfields, targets across the length and breadth of Pakistan, struck within 30 minutes. We heard all of that. We saw this fantastic briefing by the DGMOs of the 3 services on one platform, indicating that terrorism was now a tri-services issue, that we are not going to be deterred by nuclear weapons of the adversary in the neighborhood. And while that military message came across yesterday, what we are likely to see from the Prime Minister today, Preeti, is the political messaging. What was the political signal that the Prime Minister was sending out to Pakistan, which is, you know, it's been a thorn in India's flesh for decades now, especially since 1998, especially since the nuclearization of the subcontinent post the Pokhran tests of 1998, when we went nuclear on the 11th of May and the Pakistanis did a few days later, and then we had a nuclearized environment in which Pakistan used that nuclear shield to attack us with terrorist attacks across the length and breadth of India. And I think that has now come to an end. We have declared that enough is enough. Terror attacks against India will be considered an act of war. And we have, through the 3-phase Operation Sindoor operations, demonstrated to Pakistan that terrorism can no longer be a low-cost option. There will be high costs imposed on you for that. Your military infrastructure will be taken out. Your terrorists are anyway in our crosshairs. They have been struck successfully. And your nuclear weapons do not deter us from protecting our citizens by taking preventive, protective measures.
Well, you're bang on, Sandeep. I want to bring in Gaurav Sawant as well into this conversation because viewers, political messaging is also very important. But like a responsible nation, we've waited for military action to conclude. Till now, it's only the Indian Armed Forces and, the External Affairs Ministry that have briefed the nation and the world. Political messaging will come in now. For the first time, the Prime Minister will address the nation on what an exemplary show by our armed forces. And, Gaurav, I want to bring you in on this because it's interesting on how the last couple of, the last 6 days have gone. While we've seen massive political Pakistan propaganda, we've seen a lot of political military rhetoric coming in from Pakistan with practically on a daily level, the Pakistan Prime Minister addressing their country, many would suggest with a fair amount of lies. We've been very, very measured and tempered in our response. Till now, the Prime Minister hasn't addressed the nation other than that one rally in the beginning or a public meeting in Bihar where he said exemplary, unprecedented action would be taken. All eyes on this. But Gaurav, to flip it over, I want to ask you a few questions because there have been, certain questions that a lot of Indian citizens have and valid questions that need to be addressed and the fears allayed. Why, a lot of, citizens thought that we should have gone all the way. We were giving them a befitting response. Why did we stop right now? Why ceasefire when India had the, had the upper hand? The intervention of America. Would you want to, because now the fog of war, literally, it's a conflict but has lifted. Would you want to clarify on these questions that many citizens could have?
So, that's a question that I've put to some of the generals who are actively engaged in getting that message across that terror is no longer a low-cost option for Pakistan. That's point one. Point two, why did we call it off? Look, you heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Bihar after Pahalgam. What did he say? आतंक को उसकी मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, Atang will not have any space left wherever it comes from. Point one. Point two, the action that will be taken is unprecedented. Akalpaniya saza to Atang or words to that effect. What did India do? India struck 9 bases in Pakistan, including Muridke, Bahawalpur and Sialkot. That's unprecedented. That's never been done before. Point one. Point two, when Pakistan chose to respond militarily in aid of radical Islamist terror, represented by Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen, India, in a graded manner, struck 11 Pakistani Air Force bases, including Sargodha and Jacobabad. This is where Pakistan has the F-16s, and this is where Pakistan, according to information in public domain, has some of its material that can be put together to put together Pakistan's bomb. That bomb that Pakistan has threatened India with since 1998. They would bleed us, Preeti. They would bleed us year after year, decade after decade. And India could not respond effectively, except, of course, in a small manner with a shallow raid in Uri and in a decisive manner, but only one terror camp, which is Jabba Top in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balakot airstrikes. But after that, this time, Preeti, this is truly unprecedented, not just striking 9 terrorist camps, but targeting 11 military air bases of Pakistan Air Force, including their most fortified air bases, Sargodha, Jacobabad, Noor Khan, Murid, Rafiki. You can't even imagine these bases being targeted. Pakistan could never have imagined these bases being targeted. And what is the signal, Preeti? Once you take those radars out, you blinding Pakistan. Once you strike in Pakistan's Punjab province, you're striking in the heart of Pakistan's military jihad complex. When you strike at Sindh, the early warning posts, the listening posts, the radar stations, or that Bolari, that latest airfield and airbase, when that is taken down in Sindh, that's in a way for effect that from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir to Bolari in Sindh, no part of Pakistan is safe from an Indian attack. So that message has been conveyed, and the Americans also realize that even American presence in Sargodha cannot save Pakistan from being targeted in Sargodha, nukes or no nukes. So their nuke bluff has been called out. Once message conveyed, operations reduced, curtailed, pause. There's only a pause, Preeti.
Right. Gaurav, I'm just going to come back to you. And Sandeep, I just want to quickly introduce Aishwarya, my colleague, as well as Rahul Gautam, who tracks the Congress very closely, because now we'll actually see a bit of political fallout. Till now, you've seen, at least for now, the opposition take a step back and say we are with the armed forces, we are with the government. Now that there is ceasefire, there are certain questions that the opposition is also posing. Aishwarya, word already coming in that the BJP is going to embark starting from tomorrow, what they call a Tiranga Yatra, which of course will culminate in a form of a Vijay Divas like the one in Kargil that India celebrates. So the politics now has already started churning. Till now we'd seen a rest on that.
Well, definitely, Preeti, we will see the Bharatiya Janata Party making sure that they own this, because that is something that was missing at least over the past 48 hours. The Bharatiya Janata Party was giving out a very measured response. It was the defense forces. They were at the forefront. The BJP was, just sort of playing the role of backroom boys. They were quiet about it. We were seeing the kind of meetings that were taking place at Prime Minister's house, but no statement of sorts, nothing official coming in, except for the press conference that happened in the morning today. Apart from that, the BJP was very muted in its response. But today, after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address, we are expecting the BJP to go to all the states, to go to the town and tell the people what exactly has happened, how they have been able to destroy all those places from where terror was, the camps actually, which have now been destroyed, because those were the places, according to BJP, where the training was taking place. So with regards to all that, we will now see the Bharatiya Janata Party going out in full force and claiming the victory, that this is what they have done. They will also say that they have made sure that they avenge the deaths of 26 innocent people. Preeti.
Well, you're right there, because till now you had the BJP also lying low, you have the opposition lying low, led the armed forces, and for a change it was, it was pleasant and good to see that the opposition and the government came together. But right now, of course, as ceasefire has been announced, Indian armed forces have done a stellar job, detailed right here by Gaurav and Sandeep. But now you'll see the bit of politics speaking, especially in the manner of which how the ceasefire was announced in the last couple of days. And Rahul Gautam, the Congress already building on that. Questions already being asked on why India heeded to American intervention, number one. Number two, the Congress still firm on a special parliament session. to be announced at the back of Operation Sindoor?
Well, Preeti, barring Operation Sindoor, everything is under fire as far as Congress is concerned. Congress is seeking answers as to why Donald Trump, U.S. President, announced the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, why it was not done, on the part of Indian regime, whether this happened at the behest of Pakistan or India, what happened to this reported captured BSF Jawan, why there hasn't been any word on this. Also, Congress is criticizing that the manner in which Prime Minister didn't attend the two all-party meetings that were earlier called on this issue. So clearly, as far as Congress is concerned, it is armed with many issues, and you can expect that they're going to increase the heat. We all know that at around 8 p.m., Prime Minister will be addressing the nation. Congress is anticipating that they'll be getting some answers, they'll be getting some clarity as to what really happened or what really unfolded in past few days, given the fact that they are insisting that there should be an all-party meeting, there should be a special session on this issue. And also remember, Preeti, they are also invoking the legacy of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, saying that, that it's a job half done, and Prime Minister could have achieved what Indira Gandhi had achieved earlier in her regime, but it seemed that the sheer willpower that was shown during Congress regime, it was not displayed by the ruling dispensation. So as far as Congress is concerned, you can expect that they're going to increase the heat, given the fact that they are seeking answers on many issues. They're also declaring this already as a diplomatic failure, saying that no major country came out in support of Indian regime at this critical hour. So clearly, as far as Congress is concerned, expect that they're going to make this a rallying point, bring in more partners, aligned partners, and going to exert pressure on government, and would try to corner the government on this issue, saying that they have completely failed in terms of bringing justice and also teaching lesson to Pakistan on this issue.
Well, this is expected of the opposition. They are going to ask all these questions, and this is the opposition party. While the BJP will now take credit for what has gone down, because viewers, ultimately it is the political will which the armed forces executes, and we've done an exemplary job at that. So the BJP is bound to take credit. The opposition bound to ask questions. They will, of course, give references to Indira Gandhi in 1971, where East Pakistan was concerned, but these are very, very different times. But for the interest of our viewers who have similar questions, I want to go back to Sandeep and I want to bring Gaurav in, because these are credible questions to think of and, to wonder and ponder upon. Because, Sandeep, I want to bring you in, and maybe we can give some clarity to our viewers. You had just about 3 days ago the Vice President of America, Mr. Vance, J.D. Vance, who came and said that, listen, we have nothing to do with this war at all. And then suddenly there was a change in stance where you had the Vice President call up and mediate, with the Prime Minister. Then you had, of course, President Trump tweeting out, and then the ceasefire announced. And in the interim, there were reports which were carried by American media of possible alarming intelligence that they procured. Lots of inferences have been made, and maybe, for the benefit of our viewers, on why suddenly the ceasefire was announced and India submitted to that, even despite having an upper hand, Sandeep, because it seemed India had done the job. Maybe you'd want to tie in Sargodha, Noor Khan, India's attack on that, and how important that part played in the decision of India saying, okay, we'll agree to the ceasefire because our message has been delivered.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. You have to look at Pakistan's playbook firstly. From 1986-87, brass tacks, nearly 4 decades ago, to Operation Parakram, and before that, the Kargil War. The Pakistan military always embarks on a rash and an irrational course of behavior. And when that behavior is called out, if there's an Indian military response or a mobilization, or in this case, a strike of the nature that Operation Sindoor was, which we just discussed, unprecedented since 1947, the Pakistani establishment, the military, realized that its one trump card, which is the nuclear weapons, had failed them, because we were undeterred by the prospect of Pakistan waving nuclear weapons in our face and nuclear blackmail. So they immediately dialed the other trump card, which is the United States. In the early 80s, there was that saying about the 3 A's that ran Pakistan: the army, Allah, and America. So the army, in this case, very likely dialed the US for assistance, given the fact that the hammering that their bases had taken, their frontline bases had taken, and the fact that India had demonstrated political will, political resolve to strike despite Pakistan's nuclear weapons, sent shivers down their spine. They called the Americans to try and intervene. And if you see that message by Donald Trump, there were two messages. The first one on so-called mediation, and a third location where this would be carried out. There would be talks between India and Pakistan. All of that was, of course, negated by the government of India, saying that, look, there is no ceasefire, that there are no talks between India and Pakistan in a third country, and it is only a ceasefire or a cessation of operations. So there have been multiple clarifications on President Donald Trump's tweets. But I take what the rest of the administration is doing in the United States, and from the signaling that we've seen in the last couple of days in the subcontinent, the fact that Pakistan's military was spooked by the kind of response that Gaurav just mentioned, unprecedented strikes, and the fact that India had achieved what it had set out to do.
Exactly.
We were not planning to denuclearize Pakistan or take out the Pakistan military. Our objectives, our aims were very specific. It was directed at the terror infrastructure. That message was conveyed on day one of Operation Sindoor with the 9 strikes. And every time Pakistan tried to escalate, we did escalation dominance. We went up the escalation ladder, one notch up. And the final act of this escalation dominance was the strike on those 11 Pakistan air bases, those installations, unprecedented again, where we sent a very strong message to the Pakistani military. And this is when they began waving this nuclear SOS, this nuclear flare pistol that they fired at the United States, please come to our rescue. And this is where we are in a grave. And that is how the pattern of American intervention has been in the subcontinent from the 1980s, from brass tacks to the compound crisis of 1990 to the Kargil War of 1999, when Nawaz Sharif rushed to Washington to get a face-saving exit on the 4th of July 1999, when they declared that they would be withdrawing from the Kargil heights. And finally, you had Op Parakram, when it was very close to a conventional battle between India and Pakistan. Pervez Musharraf once again dialed the Americans, and they had to bring in some amount of pressure to avoid a conflict between India and Pakistan. So here, if you look at the statements, Preeti, that came out from J.D. Vance, where he says that, look, we don't have the ability to tell either India or Pakistan to lay down their weapons. We can at best advise them the best course of action. But I think there's been a change after Vance made that statement, because clearly the Pakistanis were spooked, like I said, with the attacks by India on their airfields. They felt that their nuclear weapon trump card had been called out, their nuclear bluff had been called out. So they had no option but to call for the United States to intervene.
Sandeep, because it's important right now, and I want to bring in Gaurav quickly before, of course, we're going to go back to, the Prime Minister has made very few statements, very few measured statements. And one, I think, at the back of what Sandeep just said was, Har goli ka jawab ek gola hoga. And that is practically brought about the situation where we stand today, the ceasefire, and how quickly it was brought about. But it's important to detail for our viewers, to tell our viewers as to why exactly did India agree to the ceasefire, because India had clearly made its point. And Gaurav, I want to bring you in once again for a lot of our viewers who continue to ask this question, is attacking the Sargodha air base. The messaging was very clear. We can hit you. If we've hit you at the air base, you know where we can hit you. And that's what spooked the Pakistan army to make that call to the United States of America to immediately intervene. So it's not that India did not, take forward what it had to do, the message it had to deliver. That message was delivered, sealed to Pakistan. Pakistan got spooked, dialed America, and therefore sought the ceasefire.
Preeti, in 2025, India has permanently called off and called out Pakistan's nuclear bogey. The fact that these bases, these 11 bases were targeted, the messaging is very clear that to put your nuclear bomb together, you need to go through a process. India will not permit Pakistan to go through that process. Jacobabad is where they have their F-16s. Jacobabad is where you have American contractors. Sargodha is where you have not just the F-16s, but certain other equipment, material that is required to put together the N-bomb. You also have American contractors there. And yet, India bombed Jacobabad. India bombed Sargodha, India bombed Noor Khan, which is the nuclear command and control structure. The seat of power is Rawalpindi, because boot polish does not matter in Pakistan's scheme of things. The Prime Minister who sits in Islamabad is irrelevant. Wherever you see, what are the delivery platforms? Can it be the F-16s? The F-16s, the bases were taken out. Not just F-16s targeted in hangars, runways taken out. So they can't launch those F-16s. A message sent out, some of the facilities that India knows about, which of course Air Marshal Bharti very aptly said, oh, do you have nukes in Grana Hills? We didn't know that. Area around that targeted to send across the message, we can take you out there. The bases where they have the Mirage 3s and the Mirage 5s, those bases were taken out. Where they have the UAVs and UCAVs, those bases were taken out. Where they have the radars, those bases were taken out. So this war was pursued as military science, and war fighting is an art. If one wave could go out this way, and this was a three-tiered attack, first on terrorists, then on their eyes, and then in their heart and their body. And point three, in war, this wouldn't have been just these waves. It would have come wave after wave after wave after wave after wave. They wouldn't know what hit them. They wouldn't know how to react. They would have lost their electricity. They would have lost all the power lines. And then there is no way they can take that bomb and, do whatever, whichever chalk they want to put their bombs or whatever drawing room they talk about. They can put whatever they want there. That nuclear bogey has been called out forever. And when military history and books are written, this will be, Operation Sindoor will be one of the finest chapters in India calling out the Pakistani bogey.
So it's important, viewers. Right now, like I said, there'll be a lot of questions that many of our citizens had, especially at the abruptness of the ceasefire. But understand, 1971 were very different times, very, very different. And India has fought this war diplomatically, stupendously, and with the armed forces. The message was delivered.
Preeti,
it was Pakistan. Yeah,
just,
go ahead.
if you permit, the comparison with 1971 is wonderful, but kind of flawed. In 1971, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, the Iron Lady of India, wanted Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw to go in immediately. He went in after 6 months in December.
Stay with me, Gaurav. Let's quickly cut across to the latest news break coming in. Well, once again, it seems President Trump has spoken on India and Pakistan again. President Trump has told both to stop fighting, told them won't do trade with you. Pressured India-Pakistan for ceasefire. Well, I think this is just Trumpism at its best right now, if you can actually read the fine print there. Once again, I want to take our viewers through, and I think we also have his reaction coming up. President Trump of the United States of America, we're going to play that out for you in a short while, has spoken, said, I told both nations to stop fighting, told them won't do trade with you. Pressured India-Pakistan for ceasefire. And, Sandeep, I want to bring you in on this. This is Trumpism at its best.
Well, Trump speaks and tweets and posts on any deal that he sniffs, and he possibly has seen one here of being the deal maker who's brokered a deal between India and Pakistan. Both countries have had their compulsions in doing what they did. And India certainly did. It carried out, as Gaurav said so eloquently, we've pronounced mission accomplished on what we had to achieve. There was nothing more to achieve other than possibly sending the Indian Navy after. But you've already achieved majority of your military and political objectives. You've done the signaling.
Sandeep, I'm going to cut you short, and the reason I'm doing so is let's listen in to President Trump and what he had to say a short while back, and we'll try and analyze the messaging behind it.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And
that reaction coming in. Okay, let's listen in. I think, okay, that full reaction we're going to try and get in for our viewers. And like I said, that's classic Trumpism, the kind of language where he clearly, and Sandeep and Gaurav, both of you, either of you, if you want to jump in on this. It's interesting because he says that it was trade because that we won't do trade with India or Pakistan. And that was the leverage that led to India and Pakistan stopping. I don't think India was going to stop on the basis of that at all.
So, no, he's saying we stopped a nuclear war, and that was Pakistan's bogey. That was Pakistan's bogey because Pakistan army had so decisively been battered along 11 bases, and they knew, had they tried one more wave of a Pakistani attack, the next wave from the Indian side would have actually decimated all of Pakistan's air bases.
Let's hear it
this
once
side
again,
and that
Gaurav.
side.
Let's listen in to what exactly President Trump said. Let's listen in once again.
on Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they...
Important to stress on what the President of the United States said, where he said that these were both two nuclear-capable nations. Gaurav, you want to come in? And they were going at each other hot and heavy. Of course, he said that I tried to use trade to stop. All right, we're getting on the phone line with the very latest. My colleague Shivani Sharma, we're going to go across to her in just a bit. But Gaurav, I think what one needs to underline from what President Trump also said was when he touched on how both nations were nuclearly capable and that were going at each other hot and heavy.
Oh, absolutely. So that's how the Americans got spooked. Their contractors, both at Sargodha and Jacobabad, despite having those American contractors, India went and hit and repeatedly hit. Point one. Point two, America using trade as a weapon. This is, as you very rightly pointed out, Trump's pressure tactics for a trade deal. You know, it's just very clear that he wanted to intervene. He tried between Israel and Hamas. He's failed there. He's tried between Russia and Ukraine. He's failed there. He wants at least one success story. And from what I know, as of now on the LC, there's a pause. There may be a ceasefire. Pakistan's on notice. If there is terror, it is an act of war. There will be consequences for Pakistan, Trump or no Trump.
All right, I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Shivani Sharma, who's also joining us. Sandeep, I'm going to pull you in. Just give me about 2 minutes. Shivani, get us up to speed with the latest news break. You've had President Trump once again speaking on the India-Pakistan conflict. Give us the details.
See, Donald Trump had on 10th also given out a post at around 5:30 declaring the ceasefire, even before India could make an official declaration about it. And that day also he said that after long deliberations between India and Pakistan, we've reached this agreement, and I congratulate both the nations. They are very good countries, and so today once again Donald Trump is speaking, and he's speaking as if he has been the mediator of this whole ceasefire understanding which India has reached. But the reality has been that India has brought Pakistan on its knees with all those strikes, all those damages, the personnel Pakistan lost in different areas of its military installations. So that was the turning point. But here, Donald Trump and United States, they want to act as a mediator. They want to show that they have been the mediators. They were the ones who took this initiative ahead. But, you know, we have to wait for the statements from the government. On Saturday also, we heard Vikram Misri speaking about the whole process, how it happened, how the DGMO of Pakistan requested India after India had hit the air bases out there and the military installations, and then there was a request which was made. But here, again and again, Donald Trump and America have been bringing out the issue that they have been mediators, but the picture is something different.
Stay with me, exactly, and stay with me, Shivani, because I want to also bring in Geeta Mohan, our external affairs correspondent editor, who's been tracking the situation very closely. In just about a minute, we're going to cut across to her. But viewers, the latest that is coming in is that President Trump has once again spoken, practically suggesting that it was America that stopped a nuclear conflict. Also, how weaponizing trade, and he's been able to do so, one of the only presidents to do so, is what President Trump said. And he used that as a bargaining tool, as per America, with India and Pakistan. But all of that now warrants an Indian response as well, because Sandeep, politically, where our constituency back home is concerned, there are questions being raised that are we allowing America to meddle a tad too much? And maybe not by the Prime Minister today, this evening, because that's an address to the nation at the back of Operation Sindoor. There should and possibly will be a press conference by the Ministry of External Affairs to actually, speak of what really is going on.
Absolutely, Preeti. And, I tend to agree with what Gaurav said, that when it comes to President Trump, no one seems to be listening to him. He's been 4 months in office and he's not stopped a single conflict. The Russia-Ukraine war continues. The Russians aren't listening to him. Ukrainians certainly aren't listening to him, which he thought they would, given the fact that they were the smaller and the weaker power. But it's not working in Israel and Hamas either. So here you have a golden opportunity where the president sees that where India has already achieved most of its aims and objectives, where he comes in and waves the mission accomplished flag and says that here I got this win, I mediated between these two countries and they've now stopped fighting. It wasn't a war to begin with. It's very important to understand Operation Sindoor is not warfare. It was a series of military strikes to send a very strong message to Pakistan's military that terror has costs. You cannot continue using terrorism as an instrument of state policy and think that it's going to have no costs. We just wanted to raise the costs of terrorism and terror sponsorship of Pakistan. It is by no means can it be considered warfare, which you can actually bring a truce to or an end to conflict. This was an end to a series of strikes where India had already achieved majority of its objectives with Pakistan. And it continues to, it reserves the right to respond as and when it chooses to, which is what the reason the Indian Air Force has given for keeping Operation Sindoor an ongoing military operation. And possibly this could be the template for India to handle terror attacks against its citizens or on its soil.
Well, you're right there on a gentle diplomatic reminder, because I think few can forget 7/11, Abbottabad and Osama bin Laden. And I think the president needs to be just possibly reminded of that. That's a side note. I want to quickly bring in to this conversation my colleague Geeta Mohan, our external affairs editor, tracking the details coming in thick and fast. Geeta, President Trump once again taking full credit for ending what he thought was a nuclear conflict, actually suggesting that he is one of the very few who's been able to weaponize trade, and that's what he bargained with India and Pakistan with. Away from what President Trump in America says, Geeta, this will warrant now, maybe not this evening at 8 p.m. by the Prime Minister himself, but this will warrant a proper briefing, by the Ministry of External Affairs to actually lay bare the facts, because for what President Trump seems to be alleging is actually far from the truth that actually transpired.
Well, Preeti, this does require a response from the Indian government as to what really transpired, because this is a huge statement. It is not just about reports coming in of some great intelligence that, US Vice President J.D. Vance had on nuclear and Pakistan. That's a separate conversation that Pakistan might have had with the United States of America, but no such conversation happened with India. But over here, to take it further and say that there was an absolute threat, this is a threat he's talking about. He threatened India and Pakistan that there's going to be no trade unless and until the two sides de-escalate and reach to a position of mutual understanding to stop fire, which is a ceasefire. But then again, the first hints of this came from Secretary Lutnick, who had hinted just a day ago that trade talks with India could be delayed because of the ongoing situation. So yes, there is the Washington DC has in a way tried to now build a narrative which is that the US very firmly spoke not just on nuclear aspects but also on trade. But let me clarify a few things over here. The clincher, Preeti, was on the 10th of May when the leadership calls with Rubio didn't really work with Pakistan. Civilian dispensation really does not matter. The clincher was when Asim Munir and Rubio spoke, and Asim Munir, the Pakistani army chief, told Rubio that he wants the firing to stop. Rubio then called Dr. Jaishankar and informed Dr. Jaishankar that he's calling not to discuss mediation or off-ramp conversations, which is de-escalatory talks. He very specifically is calling to inform India that Asim Munir has requested the firing to stop. And that's when the DGMO level talks took place. To a question on whether if there was any conversation on nuclear, India made it very clear that there was no conversation with India. However, we do know that, Pakistan does play the nuclear bogey. And cries to America every time they're in trouble. And they did that because we saw all the ministers started speaking about nuclear, and then the whole information or statements about their nuclear base being attacked, so on and so forth. So, and the great intelligence that that certain leadership, including Vice President Vance, got on nuclear. So this might have been a conversation between Pakistan and the United States of America. Having said that, this is not just a statement about nuclear that Donald Trump has made. So the Indian government will have to now respond as to whether there was a specific conversation on trade as well. That's a major statement coming in from Donald Trump.
I want to bring in Gaurav as well, but I want to ask you first, and maybe then Gaurav can reflect on it, that in diplomacy, a lot of conversations are not really spoken of. The kind of posturing that we are seeing, the narrative building that we are seeing from America under President Trump is new. That would require possibly, a tightrope diplomatic walk by India, but at the same time being very assertive and firm where India has stood. Are we looking at a decisive response from India coming in at this point of time?
Well, look at the larger picture. A trade talk between India and the United States of America does not just benefit India. It benefits the United States of America as well, Preeti. At a time when they're having a very difficult relationship with China, the only alternative is India. So threatening India will certainly not help Washington, D.C. And India, while there might be a lot of narrative building, while there might be a lot of conversation that might have taken place, but there's one thing that India is quite certain of, which we've been speaking to officials and they've said, is that this time around, they were not threatened or pressured by anybody. They were not taking that. Whether it is Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Kingdom, the United Nations, the United States of America, they received calls from everybody. The simple message was that it is not for us to decide. It is for Pakistan to decide whether they're going to stop firing or not. Should they continue, we will continue. So the pressure tactics or being threatened is something, again, it's Trump's word against India's word. So we'll have to wait and see what the Indian government's response.
Okay, we need to listen in to what President Trump said, and Gaurav, then I'm going to bring you in because I think America, just for the sheer fact of equating India and Pakistan in the same breath, needs to be gently reminded of Abbottabad and 7/11. But let's listen in to what President Trump said.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And
I want to quickly introduce our consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai, in this conversation. Rajdeep, one quick word. You have the kind of narrative building by America. I think there needs to be a gentle reminder there of 7/11, Abbottabad, to try and equate India and Pakistan in the same term, and then also taking credit for what President Trump seems to suggest, stopping a nuclear conflict.
Look, you're dealing with a US president who doesn't follow any rules and processes. So I think we've got to keep that in mind. And here is a classic disruptor above all else. He doesn't follow what you would expect in the traditional rules of diplomacy. All these announcements should be made through a particular diplomatic channel. That's the way it's done. But Donald Trump doesn't believe in that. You know, he only believes in Donald Trump. And that's the way he's expressed himself. You remember in his first statement, he spoke of or yesterday, spoke of a 1,000-year conflict over Kashmir. I mean, that's bollocks. I mean, someone needs to give the US president a history lesson. So I think Donald Trump is doing this in a way to establish his own, he wants to be seen as someone who can solve the disputes of the world. Then whether it's Russia and Ukraine, you saw what he did with Zelensky when Zelensky came into the Oval Office. You've seen the way he's responded to Mexico, to Canada, the way he initially dealt with Britain, the way he's dealt with the Germans. This is not someone who follows the code of diplomacy. And but there's a method in the madness. Let's be very clear. Donald Trump is doing this in a way to shore up his own image.
True.
Even if it means he embarrasses India and Pakistan in the process. Imagine what he's done now. He's virtually saying India and Pakistan under my pressure, and he's equating the two.
True.
You see, we always wanted to de-hyphenate India from Pakistan. That was what we'd managed to successfully do in the last decade. He's brought us back to a situation where he's talking about India and Pakistan in the same breath all the time. Even yesterday he said two great nations, and today he says trade deals will be done with both. I mean, why should we be equated with Pakistan? I think he has, in his own bizarre way, if I may say so, embarrassed us and done it just before the Prime Minister is to speak.
Well, and this also warrants a response by India, and if not at the Prime Minister's speech, and we're counting down to it, because like I said, we've heard enough propaganda coming in from Pakistan, where practically on a daily level you had the Prime Minister of Pakistan address the nation. Our Prime Minister hasn't done so. This is the first address to the nation that Prime Minister Modi would be giving in just about 10 minutes from now. Will he touch on what clearly is American intervention, or will we wait and let the Ministry of External Affairs deliver that message clear, as Geeta was pointing out? Because this warrants a straight, tough response from India, setting it clear on where India stands, and maybe ask America to step back. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us, viewers, we are counting down just in the next 10 minutes from now, address to the nation. All right, we're going to stay right here. We're not getting into a break as we count down to the Prime Minister's address to the nation at 8 p.m. Gaurav and Sandeep, I want to bring you in with what Rajdeep also touched on, and now focusing on the Prime Minister's speech. Gaurav, would you reckon that he's going to touch on what intervention by America, taking credit, trying to equate both Pakistan and India, or he's going to be more focused on what a spectacular Operation Sindoor the Indian armed forces ran? Because ultimately, like I pointed out earlier, the armed forces is only the forward march of what is political will of a country.
And the political will of the country, as you very rightly point out, Preeti, has been displayed in the manner in which India sorted Pakistan out. First, Pakistani terror, and then Pakistani military bases, and then it's the Americans who got spooked. It may be Donald Trump who got spooked, or J.D. Vance who got spooked about Pakistanis using nukes because of American contractors on ground, as some of the reports seem to indicate. But is he equating India and Pakistan? He may choose to, but does that mean India and Pakistan are on the same page? No, they are not. India is on our way to becoming the third largest economy of the world. Pakistan is a basket case. And, only the uninitiated would equate the two. India is a very powerful military power, as we have shown. Pakistan is not. India is a very powerful economy, as we see. Pakistan is not. Pakistan begs for its next meal. And India is systematically degrading Pakistan's ability to wage war, either using terror or their armed forces. Because with this $1 billion or two that they get, will they feed their people or will they buy more weapons? That's a question that Pakistan needs to answer. So there is no question, unless you are weak in your own mind or there are politics involved in being equated with Pakistan. That's very clear. And perhaps that's exactly what India intends to do, continue to rise on top as Pakistan continues to fall. Will the Western powers try and equate? Yes, they will, because they do not want to see a very strong India. They want India to remain the vassal state that it was seen to be at one point of time, to just obey their commands. America says, because of our interest in Afghanistan, don't do this, don't answer terror, don't respond to terror. And we say, yes sir, 3 bags full, sir. That's clearly not happening in today's day and age. And that is what even irks the United States of America. If this is pressure tactics for a trade deal, as Geeta was very rightly pointing out, America needs the trade deal as much, if not more, or unless they want to, show India in poor light and make China powerful, which will sort the Americans out in some years from now. So that is real geopolitics in the world that all of us can see very clearly.
And Sandeep, would you want to reflect on that? Because it would seem that in all probability, the Prime Minister is going to steer clear of America's role in all of this. He's going to leave it for the Ministry of External Affairs to give out a befitting response and hopefully, in a press conference very soon, making India stand clear. The Prime Minister today, Sandeep, in all probability, hailing the Indian Armed Forces action where Operation Sindoor is concerned, because he had promised the country that it would be exceptional, never seen before action. Number two, also pay tribute to the fallen lives that were killed with Pakistan this time. We've lost civilians, we've lost our men, who've fallen in the line of duty, and we don't carry that weight of grief lightly.
Absolutely, Preeti. And I think, India has to deal with WMDs of two kinds. One is, of course, the weapons of mass destruction that Pakistan has kept in its backyard and reared terrorists under the WMDs to use nuclear weapons, enable terrorism against us. And the other WMD is our strategic partner, the United States, which has weapons of mass distraction, as I would call President Trump's statements and tweets and posts. So these are the two WMDs that the government of India has to deal with. One WMD it's dealt with. I think the Prime Minister is going to steer clear of President Trump's statements, and he's going to stick to the line, the political signaling from Operation Sindoor. You heard a fantastic exposition of the military aspects of this operation yesterday from the 3 DGMOs. They gave you in very great detail all the targets that were hit, why they were struck, the 3 phases of Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi is going to give you the big picture of the political messaging from Operation Sindoor, why they struck Pakistan, what the new red lines are. And I'd like to hear him talk more about this act of terror equals to an act of war, and whether the armed forces are going to be empowered to strike on terrorism and what that matrix is going to look like. So I think he's going to steer clear of everything. He doesn't want a controversy at this moment, and certainly not with President Trump's statements or tweets, because as Rajdeep was saying, and I was saying earlier, that President Trump is desperate to be the peacemaker, the deal broker. Nobody is listening to him, unfortunately. He's been in office for nearly 4 months. He's not been able to stop a single war. He promised Russia, Ukraine. No one's listening to him. The Israel-Hamas, that is going on indefinitely. And this point that Rajdeep made about hyphenation, I just want to quickly add to that. Equating, referring to India and Pakistan in the same breath does not amount to hyphenating them. Certainly it doesn't, because when you talk about Russia and Ukraine, you're not putting them in the same you're not hyphenating Russia with Ukraine. You're talking of them because they are two partners, they're two adversaries in a conflict. And here it seems President Trump seems to believe that India and Pakistan are in this 1,000-year conflict. I'm not sure where he got that number from. It's possibly from Zulfikar Ali Bhutto's statements on the 1960s, where he promised a 1,000-year war with India. But, you know, Trump is clearly off the mark here. And the short answer is, I think the Prime Minister is going to steer very, very far away from any of these statements. He doesn't want to get into controversies at this point.
That's what I think we're expecting. The Prime Minister is not going to touch on America or the role that America seems to suggest that it has played. He's going to leave it to the Ministry of External Affairs. I want to bring in Rajdeep Sardesai very quickly right now, because another 5 minutes we're going to hear the Prime Minister, Rajdeep. If one was, for the citizens of India, what is it that they want to hear? There are certain questions, plausible questions, that a lot of Indians have in their mind, that despite of India having an upper hand, why is it that we agreed to this ceasefire? A lot of that has been laid to rest by detailing of what the DGMO said today. Gaurav and Sandeep have elucidated in detail on why Pakistan got spooked. But what do you think should be the address to the nation? Because, these are unprecedented times. The speech is coming at a highly unprecedented time.
Look, I think it's very important that the Prime Minister speaks to the nation. Mr. Modi has done that very effectively. If you see, even in the past, whether it's been particularly during the COVID lockdowns, where he spoke more than once to the nation, I think he is able to thereby communicate a sense of leadership, of leading from the front. And you will recall there was even a controversy when the Congress social media cell had put up an ad virtually suggesting where is the Prime Minister is missing in action. Well, I think one has to be fair to Prime Minister Modi at times like this. I do believe that in this instance, by speaking to the nation, he has to take the nation into confidence over what's been a pretty crazy time over the last 20 days. I mean, it's exactly what, 20 days, just under 3 weeks since that horrific massacre took place in Baisaran. And since then, the country has been pushed to the edge of a major conflict with Pakistan. And I think what the nation is looking today from the Prime Minister, above all else, Preeti, is a sense of reassurance that, India is secure. Our armed forces have done a commendable job. We don't want to be, to use the Prime Minister's own words, be in an era of war. But we will defend our national interests. This is a war against terror, not against any specific country. That's what I expect the Prime Minister to say. And at the same time, give a sense of where we go from here. I think Indians are looking at the moment for a sense of reassurance as to where do we go from here. So, Pakistan se goli chalegi, to hamare yahan se gola chalega. All of that is, I believe, designed for, let's say, those who sit in the front benches, the stalls. But I think people who are beyond just the, just those who are itching for a conflict also need to be reassured that India as a major economic power is not just going to get into a conflict with Pakistan. We want to move beyond that. So I expect Mr. Modi to play that role today. He does that effectively, as we've seen. One of his strengths is he is able to directly communicate to the people of this country, whether it's his Man Ki Baat or whether it is his addresses to the nation. He's been able to do that. And I look forward to listening to the Prime Minister. Ironically, just as an aside, I remember when he spoke to the nation on demonetization, we all thought he was going to speak on an Indo-Pak conflict at the time. Now, that was 8 years ago. 8 years later, today, finally, that was 2016. Now, in 2025, the Prime Minister is going to speak to us, presumably, on India-Pakistan.
Let's see, Rajdeep. We're all standing by for it. And on India First, we will get you these details right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first speech since Operation Sindoor. Now, what will the Prime Minister say? It's 8 o'clock. The Prime Minister, moments from now, will be addressing the nation, his first speech. Remember, while he was in Bihar, after Pahalgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made it very clear there will be consequences. Atank ko mitti mein mila denge is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said. आतंक की जमीन में आतंक को मिट्टी में मिला देंगे जो कार्रवाई होगी वो अकल्पनीय होगी. That is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, that the action against terrorists would be absolutely unimaginable. They wouldn't even have thought what kind of action will be taken. And the action that has been taken so far, are we to believe whether it was striking terrorist headquarters, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke, with a supersonic cruise missile hitting slam dunk in the middle of that terrorist headquarters. Action number one. Action number two, very clearly, is Bahawalpur, the second biggest location of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the radical Islamist terrorist organization that has bled India for decades. That's been targeted. Sialkot, imagine in Pakistan's Punjab province, terror has been targeted. That was akalpaniya, unimaginable. And then multiple targets. In a moment from now, we will hear from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation, it's going to start in moments from now. The first address from after Operation Sindoor. Remember what the Prime Minister had initially said.
देशवासियों, नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
What a strong statement from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's made it very, very clear. India showcased our strength. Shakti se Shanti. From strength will come peace. There's a new normal that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken of. If Pakistan wants talks with India, it has to stop terror. That's the new normal. Any act of terror against India will be seen as an act of war. There are multiple headline points in what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said, and he's made it very clear. It's Atmanirbhar Bharat, it's made in India weapons, and if I may, whether it's the Akash air defense system or the BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles, they've played a critical role. India's aim was to punish terror, those 9 bases that were targeted. This is the first time, as the Prime Minister said, India has struck at the heart of terror in Pakistan. Muridke and Bahawalpur, the universities of terror. The Prime Minister named the Oxbridge of terror, Muridke and Bahawalpur. And this was an eye-opener perhaps for Donald Trump or UK or whichever other government across the world that may want India and Pakistan to talk. The 9/11 terrorists had a link with Pakistan. The London tube bombing terrorists had a link with Pakistan. Terror across the world has a Pakistan link, including Osama bin Laden being found in Abbottabad. The Prime Minister began by saluting the valor of the armed forces, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the BSF and the Central Armed Police Forces. Blood and water cannot flow together. That's another very significant point Prime Minister Narendra Modi made. The path to peace comes through strength. Operation Sindoor is now India's policy on terror. If there is a terror attack, India will hunt terror and strike at roots of terror. multiple points, and we will listen to every point that the Prime Minister made once again. But I want to quickly bring in my colleagues into this conversation. Rajdeep Sardesai with me, Sandeep Puneethan, Preeti Chaudhary, India Today's finest team of reporters, correspondents and analysts with me. Rajdeep, the biggest takeaway according to you?
We've seen the enunciation of the Modi doctrine. You see, for the longest time, there's been a sense that we don't have a proper strategic doctrine in place. Even after Uri and Balakot, there was a sense of ad hocism, that we are striking, yes, we are resorting to kinetic action, but is there a wider doctrine in place, a clear, articulated doctrine? I think Prime Minister Modi has articulated it very clear today, that if you strike against India through terror, we will hit you back at your terror bases, not just the terrorists, but the sponsors of terror. And I think in that sense, Gaurav, the attack on Bhavalpur, Muridke was significant, as was the subsequent attacks on the air bases. So this, I think, is the new doctrine. You hit us, we're not going to lie back, we're not going to resort to strategic restraint anymore, we are going to take kinetic action, and we are not going to be deterred by nuclear blackmail. I think that's an important point, because the sense has always been, over the last 2 decades, that Pakistan has used, in a sense, their nuclear deterrent to try and ensure that India doesn't cross into Pakistan. I think that red line, and he used those words, has been redrawn. So I think the Prime Minister has enunciated what I would call today the Modi doctrine for dealing with Pakistan-based terror, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. No longer, if Pakistan continues to bleed India, Rajdeep, it's no longer Aman ki Asha, it's Brahmos ki Bhasha. That is something that Pakistan should absolutely understand, Rajdeep.
With one caveat, how successful, just this one caveat, how successful that's going to be, I think, to use the cliche, time will tell.
Okay.
We've had a bruising 3-day conflict. We have to now see whether Pakistan holds back and does not resort to continuing to sponsor and finance terror. So I think the proof of the pudding is not just in the words of the Prime Minister, fine as they are. I think the proof of the pudding, Gaurav, will be if Pakistan holds back. Because remember,
Rajdeep,
all of this...
if I may...
Yes.
No, you're absolutely right. And I agree with everything that you say, that before the Prime Minister spoke, the BrahMos has already spoken across 11 military bases in Pakistan. And that's a pain that Pakistan will suffer for a long time. If it still wants to bleed India or try, Rajdeep, it can try. It will bleed harder. And Sandeep,
yes and no. Remember, Balakot happened, right?
Balakot was one. This is Balakot into 20.
As we know, despite Balakot into 20, the fact is Pahalgam still happened. The fact is Pakistan has still been pushing infiltrators into Jammu and Kashmir. They've still been targeting us, particularly in the Jammu region. So we have to wait and see whether the tough message the Prime Minister has sent is a message that will resonate in the GHQ and Rawalpindi. Only then can we say that this Modi doctrine has worked. That's all I'm saying.
Unless there won't be any GHQ left. I mean, they've just struck very close to GHQ, Sandeep, and GHQ may not be there next time, or perhaps they may not have, parts of that little country that remains anyways. But Sandeep, I want to bring you in. No longer Aman ki Asha, it's BrahMos ki Bhasha. That is something that Pakistan should realize.
Absolutely, Gaurav. No longer Aman ki Asha, it's BrahMos ki Bhasha. And I just want to dial back a bit to the significance of the date today. Today is Budh Purnima, this is the 12th of May, 2025. I want to take you back to the 11th of May, 1998, when another Prime Minister, A.B. Vajpayee, authorized the nuclear test. You had Pokhran, and we saw he did that in the face of grave global opposition. The United States certainly came down on us like a ton of bricks. They imposed sanctions, but the subcontinent was nuclearized. Pakistan tested as well. And what we saw was actually 25 years of nuclear weapons-enabled terrorism by Pakistan. A problem that even the great Prime Minister Vajpayee had no solution for. When he authorized Operation Parakram as a response to the attack on Parliament by the Jaish terrorists in 2001 December, even he didn't have an answer to that. Prime Minister Modi has answered it today when he said they were expecting an attack on the border, but I authorized an attack into their hearts, meaning that I didn't use the army, I used the Indian Air Force. And this is the Prime Minister who for the first time has understood the utility of air power, Gaurav. That is a very big strategic move.
Preeti, I want to quickly bring you in before I bring in, Aishwarya is joining us, Piyush is joining us. The biggest takeaway according to you, Preeti, you were hearing every word of what the Prime Minister said.
I'll break it into two. The immediate micro, of what I could pick up from that. Number one, I think what we really need to stress on, Gaurav, is when the Prime Minister said this is a pause. This is not, this operation is ongoing. This is just a pause. So, when you look at the big micro takeaways, this is a pause, a big takeaway. The other one, he's practically said that it was Pakistan who begged for a ceasefire going across the world. So two big issues that a lot of Indians had questions on why didn't India react harder right there. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that this is a pause. And number two, we didn't ask for the ceasefire. It was Pakistan who asked for the ceasefire. At a macro takeaway, and just two. Number one, that this is the new normal. Operation Sindoor is going to be India's doctrine on terror. And that is huge, Gaurav. And number two, I think it's also a snub where in America where he says we will no longer be blackmailed, where nuclear blackmail is concerned. All of this is coming in just about half an hour after President Trump's speech, Gaurav. And one needs to reflect at that as well, because he did touch on 9/11, he did touch on London bombings, and he said that was the origination of it all. And ultimately what I thought was the emotive aspect of it, the sheer fact right in the beginning, Gaurav, touching on the emotive aspect of Operation Sindoor. He didn't name Pakistan in the beginning. He came to Pakistan later. It was Atank.
Yeah. And which is what India's offensive was. Aishwarya, if I can quickly bring you in, and Rajdeep, within a moment, I'm coming back to you. Aishwarya, the biggest takeaway according to you, the new normal, India's doctrine, or the Modi doctrine, as Rajdeep has just put it, Modi doctrine is Operation Sindoor.
Well, Gaurav, one thing is very, very clear. We are seeing, as Rajdeep also pointed out, that the doctrine has changed. And do not give us the threat that you are a nuclear state. So this is something which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very, very clear. We are seeing a clear shift now. And also, the one thing that he has said is that we are very keenly watching what Pakistan will do next, which means that Operation Sindoor, this is only a pause button that we have hit. We will not shy away from striking if India is hurt once again. So this, a clear shift in doctrine that we are seeing, and also saying that you had made a statement. He did not name Bilawar Bhutto there, but said that you had made a statement that water and blood cannot flow together. But I am telling you, they will not flow together. So that kind of change we are seeing. So we will see a very tough stand being taken by India on the global level also, and especially with Pakistan going forward, Gaurav.
No longer will this Pakistani blackmail or that nuclear blackmail deter India. We've shown it on ground, Piyush, but the Prime Minister is putting it in stone. You try and bleed us, we will hit you at source. आतंक की जड़ों पर हम वार करेंगे, प्रहार करेंगे. और ये प्रचंड प्रहार था. This was a big hit, not just on the 9 terror bases, on the Oxbridge of terror in Muridke and Bahawalpur, but military bases all along from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Sindh.
Absolutely, Gaurav. My biggest takeaway from Prime Minister's speech is that Operation Sindoor has just been put on hold. It will continue. If you try to attack us, we will decide the date and time, and then we will teach you a lesson. And the second big takeaway coming in is, Gaurav, that Prime Minister has made it very clear. Talks and terror will not go together. Water and blood cannot flow. And the biggest takeaway is that if we talk with Pakistan, that will only and only on the terrorism which has been sponsored by Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Prime Minister has made it very clear that we will bleed you if you even try to hit us. So the Prime Minister has also, Gaurav, dedicated the courage, valor and the big success of Operation Sindoor to all the women, to all the countrymen. And while speaking, he has also said that it is a new normal. We are going to draw a line. If you cross that line, we will teach you a lesson.
You cross that line, we will teach you a lesson. Rajdeep, the Prime Minister also made it very clear. The manner in which India struck not just the terror centers, Muridke, Bahawalpur and the others, the military bases that were targeted from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Bolari in Sindh and all across Pakistan's Punjab province. The heart of terror, Rajdeep, has been hit the first time and could be hit again. Pakistan's been put on notice.
Absolutely. I think the significance of hitting the Lashkar base in Muridke and the Jaish base in Bahawalpur cannot be underestimated, because these are both located in the heart of Punjab, Pakistan, Punjab, which is the heart of that country. Until now, whatever operations took place were largely limited to POK. Now we've gone into Punjab, hit them there. We've gone into Rawalpindi, hit them there, hit their air bases in different parts of the country. So clearly the Indian response has been kinetic to another level. My only question is, and there are two elements to it. One is, where does that leave what Donald Trump said a little while ago? Where Donald Trump made it very clear that far from Pakistan only coming to America to try and resolve the issue, both countries were looking to end the fight. That's what Donald Trump says. So,
no,
Mr. Modi, in a sense,
he spoke to both.
No, he's made it very. Mr. Modi, in a sense, is making it very clear. It was Pakistan which was begging the world to end the conflict. Donald Trump seems to suggest that both the countries were looking for an escape route. So that clarification at some stage will probably come from the Ministry of External Affairs. The second issue, Gaurav, and I repeat it, we have seen in the past Pakistan take one step back, only to come back again by using terror to strike at India. Will this Modi doctrine intimidate Pakistan clearly enough that every terror attack is an act of war? And therefore, when you strike next, do not expect us not to hit you where it hurts. Will that deter Pakistan? Will the Modi doctrine deter Pakistan? Is the question that is still blowing in the wind because of Pakistan's history of sponsoring and financing terror.
I will just play out what Donald Trump said in a moment, but to the best of my knowledge, nowhere has Donald Trump said that or indicated that India also went seeking an off-ramp. India did not want, to the best of my knowledge, any situation that there would be a third-party mediation. India does not want third-party mediation when it comes to Kashmir. We can sort out Pakistan on our own, Sandeep. The fact that you have American contractors in Sargodha and Jacobabad handling their F-16s and whatever else, maintaining the F-16s, and yet India went and hit both Sargodha and Jacobabad and Noor Khan and Rafiqi. It just goes on to show that India does not care what Pakistani military jihad infrastructure loses when terror has to be hit at source, especially the Oxbridge of terror.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And in fact, calling this Pakistan as the global university of terror, he has, the Prime Minister has attempted to link all of the major terror attacks in the world to Pakistan. And he said every major terror attack, global terror attack, has its origins in Pakistan. 9/11. Let's look at 9/11.
Yes.
The chief architect of 9/11, this Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, was arrested from Rawalpindi in 2003, just 2 years after he executed the 9/11 attacks. And of course, we all know where Osama bin Laden was 2011. He was neutralized by US SEALs in a compound that was a few kilometers away from the Pak military academy at Abbottabad. That is Pakistan as direct, as blatant as it can, with its direct links to global terror. And that is what the Prime Minister is essentially saying, that look, it's not just our problem, it is a global headache as well. It's an international migraine. Every terror attack has its roots in Pakistan. And we are doing what we can over the last few years, Gaurav. With Balakot in 2019, I've said this earlier, that the bombs may have fallen in Balakot, but the echoes were felt in GHQ Rawalpindi. And in 2025, you have actually directly attacked Rawalpindi not once, but twice. That is messaging of a very, very significant order.
Oh, absolutely. I want to bring in Preeti into this conversation before I bring in our reporters, and I want you to hear in bits and pieces everything what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said, because everybody must. This is India's new doctrine, and I hope in Pakistan they play and replay it so that it gets into their DNA. Because Preeti, if I may, Pakistan is like a terrorist who's already tied that suicide belt. Even if it's detrimental to it, it will press the button, because that is Pakistan's DNA. And the Prime Minister referred to it when he said you had the Pakistani military or words to that effect standing in the janaza of a terrorist. It just shows there's no difference between a terrorist and a soldier. So they will continue to attempt to bleed us, and they will continue to bleed harder.
You know, you're right there, Gaurav, and that's where at least, because when the Prime Minister said that this is the new normal, everything is gone now. This is Operation Sindoor is going to be India's doctrine against terror. Now, will we be able to build that deterrence? Great if we do, because we've hit them harder. They've learned a lesson. But like you pointed out, Pakistan is a rogue nation which wears a suicide belt. On the other hand, if this is the new normal, Will India, is this a new normal for India as well? Do we also have to now brace ourselves of what earlier on we used to always avoid? We've seen that before. We used to always stop the conflict. This time we didn't. Will we also brace for what could be the fallout of it, where the collateral is concerned? This time, is this the new normal for us, that India will also brace, that we don't care, we will hit them harder, let them come back, we will go in deeper, we will hit at their heart. But that also somewhere down the line also puts us in the line of collateral, which has happened.
But we are already in the line of collateral. Pahalgam, we did not initiate.
Because
they killed 25 of us.
True.
26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, we did not initiate. They killed 166 of us.
But this is also a new normal now for us.
2000, no, Pakistani terror was always a normal. For Pakistan, and Rajdeep can tell us better because Rajdeep knows about, 1993 Mumbai blast, Rajdeep, where they killed 257 of us, 257. And Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, imagine somebody here helping Pakistan's ISI bleed our country through 257 dead, 700 injured, and now sitting in Karachi, perhaps the next BrahMos or some other precision-guided, munition. That is the new normal. They must be very scared. Tiger Mehman, Dawood Ibrahim.
That my point is precisely that. And we saw that even with Osama bin Laden. For the longest time, Pakistan kept denying the whereabouts, that they knew about the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden. Where was he found by the US? In Abbottabad. For the longest time, Pakistan has kept denying the whereabouts of Dawood Ibrahim. I went and saw the house where Dawood was living. I spoke to his guard. I'm talking about the mid-1990s. Dawood was there in Clifton, in the heart of one of the upscale localities of Karachi. So Pakistan has lived in some kind of a denial mode and has deliberately misled the world on more than one occasion. Which is why I asked the question, yes, great that we've now got a well-enunciated Modi doctrine, but A, is it going to be enough to deter the Pakistani rogue army state? One. And number two, if we are saying every terror act will be seen as a declaration of war, are we prepared, as Preeti rightly said, to accept the consequences of war? Because already we saw even in the first couple of days, there were concerns when civilians were targeted. The Prime Minister himself spoke of new age warfare. We've seen the way Pakistan has tried to use drones to target civilian neighborhoods in this country. Who are the people who died? Civilians died. So you're dealing with a rogue army state. One thing to enunciate a doctrine, but do we have the will to then make sure that that doctrine will lead to an act of war every time there is a terror attack? Because Pakistan from 1993 till 2025 has constantly every now and then resorted to terror as a way of striking at India.
The body bags, as Sandeep will tell us better, have come in every year. There are times that Pakistan, when it kills 9 Hindus in Riyasi, including a child, those body bags also come in when the retaliation is not there. Preeti and Rajdeep, Pakistan sometimes keeps those body bags to 5 a month, 6 a month, 9 a month, 10 a month. End of the month, it clocks up to 40, 50, 60, but it just keeps happening, so we don't react to the body bags. Now we are reacting because it was 25. But Sandeep, that's the signal. Terror has to be hit again and again and again and again. Not just one Balakot, not just one Uri. The manner in which 11 military strikes have taken place at those military bases, those radical Islamist terrorists in Pakistan, the ones in uniform and the ones at Muridke and Bahawalpur, including their corps there, 4 Corps and 31 Corps in Muridke and Bahawalpur, there's no difference. So all of them will probably be gearing up in their suicide vests to target us very soon. And that is why they need to be repeatedly struck, including through the Indus Waters Treaty and global opinion on IMF loans. You cannot continue to bail out a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror. Sandeep, before I bring in Aishwarya and Piyush, Sandeep, quickly.
Absolutely. Gaurav, I was on a double-decker bus in 1993 on Marine Drive, and I remember seeing those massive blasts and seeing those bodies coming in a police vehicle, and I could not believe the scale and scope of those attacks, and those were the work of a Pakistani army general, a very odious DGISI called Javed Nasir, who was you can't make this up, Gaurav. He was also the head of the POF WAC, and where the explosives, the RDX, was actually manufactured.
Yes.
This is the close link that the Pakistani jihadi complex has with these so-called non-state actors. There is no non-state actor, Gaurav. They are all part of the state, and that is the most important message that Prime Minister Modi has delivered, that you cannot say that there are non-state actors Now there is not going to be any difference between the state and the non-state. Both will be tackled together, and I think that is the biggest takeaway from this Operation Sindoor. The fact is that we struck at the jihadi complex, then we struck at the military complex that was protecting this jihadi complex, and now, as you mentioned, all options are on the table for this de-addiction of the Pakistan military, Gaurav. We have to get them to de-addict themselves of running Islamist terror as a low-cost option to bleed India. It's been going on for 40 years.
Absolutely.
2 decades of Indians have seen body bags. I have seen Mumbaikars being blown to bits, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the span of 15 years, 1993, 2006, 2008. And I certainly hope that there is not another generation of Indians that has to put up with this Pakistani jihadi military complex.
If I may, if we are concerned about some body bags now, what were the body bags? If you just count, if you just add up, Aishwarya, in 1993, 257 Indian body bags. In 2006, 200 Indian body bags. 8 trains, pressure cooker bombs, 200 Indians died. So that's 257 plus 200 plus Mumbai 2611, 166 body bags. Indian, American, Singapore, United Kingdom, so many different countries. But Aishwarya, that's the new normal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is saying that when we have 660 body bags and no retribution for a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror, then it gets emboldened, then it bleeds. Now retribution means we don't just strike at the Oxbridge of terror, we strike at 11 military bases. You lose your F-16s, you lose your C-130, you lose your advanced early warning, and you lose your runway ATC, many of it which you cannot replenish. Aishwarya, that's the message to Pakistan.
Well, definitely, Gaurav. And doesn't United States of America have that right? Doesn't Israel has that right? When every country has the right to defend its people and to go after those people who are making sure that there is a lot of body bags, as you were rightly mentioning, then India too has that right. And the policy has always been that we will not strike first. And in this case also, Prime Minister Modi began by saying that it was Pakistan, the terrorism that comes from Pakistan, 26 innocent peoples, the death of those peoples was the actual reason why India retaliated. So when everyone in the world has the right to defend itself, to defend the people, and to make sure that they go after those people because of whom innocent lives are lost, then that's the same thing that should be given out to India as well. And this is exactly what India has done, making sure that justice is served and also making sure, and that's the reason, Gaurav, why the operation was named Operation Sindoor, because we all saw the heartbreaking pictures that came in. The men were different, were kept on one side, the women on the other side.
Oh, absolutely. And then in front of those women, the men were slaughtered. Piyush, the Prime Minister spoke of the role of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the intelligence agencies, the Border Security Force and the Central Armed Police Forces. He gave credit to all of them. They've played a very critical role, and this is just a pause because Pakistan may not be able to strike directly. Pakistan, a weakened Pakistan, may use the terror tactics, the terror route through Bangladesh, through Nepal, through the porous borders. And that's where the role of the intelligence agencies and the Central Armed Police Forces becomes extremely critical.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. And remember that Prime Minister began his speech by saluting the armed forces, the valor, the manner in which they carried out the entire operations. And he dedicated this success to the entire nation. And after that, Prime Minister focused on one thing, that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand. Water and blood cannot flow together. And he has also said that if Pakistan tries to hit us again, then we will decide how to teach. We will decide how to react at our own terms. One thing is clear, Gaurav, that a strong message has been sent to Pakistan. We know as to how Pakistan is trying to set a fake narrative, but at the end of the day, Pakistan also knows the reality that yes, there are terror camps, those have been hit. Yes, the Pakistan government and army has been supporting to the terror camps, and if Prime Minister has made it very clear that if Pakistan does not wipe out these terror camps from Pakistan, then one day these terrorists will wipe Pakistan. They will destroy Pakistan. And before that, even before that, before that situation arises, Pakistan must smell the coffee and understand the current situation. At the same time,
interesting, you should point that out. Interesting.
What we have
if
done
I may,
is a new
Preeti,
normal.
That's the new normal. And Preeti, the Prime Minister has put the onus on Pakistan that you want good ties with us. it's in your interest. If you want to survive as a country, take action against terrorists. Whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, he didn't name those terrorist organizations in context of Pakistan while saying, if you want to survive, take action. If you want water, take action. Very clearly, the Indus Waters Treaty, there may be a pause, but the pause is also on the Indus Waters Treaty. So the onus treaty is on Pakistan.
Well, the onus is on Pakistan, and the proverbial red line that Pakistan crossed, the Prime Minister actually elucidated on it, where he said that red line that was crossed. What was also really important, Gaurav, and I think that will also change the course of how India reacts to Pakistan, is where the Prime Minister made it very, very clear, where he said terrorists or governments that support terrorism, he equated that.
Yes.
And that is, I think, a first.
Yeah.
And now the reaction of India on that, very, very clear, will be the new normal. Now, how we deal with it is separate, but for whatever it's worth, it was a very, very strong speech, and at least from the Prime Minister's side, this is going to be the new normal. Now, what that brings, whether it brings deterrence from Pakistan or we are going to see, more conflicts like that, but we are now in a new normal, where India's response is
the new normal. Before I come to Rajdeep, let's quickly listen into Prime Minister once again on the new normal, Operation Sindoor being the new normal.
साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना हमारी एकता, हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे।
So the Prime Minister very clearly talking about the new normal. It's in a way what Ramdhari Singh Dinkar has actually said in Shakti and Shama. सच पूछो तो शर में ही बसती है दीप्ति विनय की, संधि वचन संपूज्य उसी का जिसमें शक्ति विजय की. And Rajdeep, this is India's effort, peace through strength. Either you live with us peacefully or we will bomb your air bases to Stone Age.
Interestingly, that speech coming on Buddha Purnima, so this is a very auspicious day. And remember, Buddha was seen as the apostle of peace. The Modi doctrine is trying to redefine what it means when it seeks peace. As my colleague Gaurav Sawant says, peace through strength by striking back at your enemy is the Modi doctrine. Can it work? Is this doctrine effective enough? Or are they strong words that not necessarily may deter the enemy state? We'll look at that and other issues at this moment. Yes, Gaurav.
Absolutely, and that's the big question. What will this lead to? Because remember, Air Marshal Bharti, Director General Air Operations, also quoted the Ramcharitmanas Goswami Tulsidas, where he made it very clear, Bhai bin hoye na preet. A quick break, back with lots more. Stay with us.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi's first nationwide address after Operation Sindoor. Forces react to reports of strike on Pak nuclear base. Denied hitting Kirana Hill. Air Force quote Ramcharitmanas as peace message. Says must strike fear if you want peace.
Precise, supersonic,
ideal for hardened targets. India's BrahMos missile was the Brahmastra in its war against terror. The BrahMos was a key weapon of choice during Operation Sindoor. Unleashed, it hit Pakistan's terror headquarters with precision.
Presented by JK Tire Puncture Guard. Say goodbye to flat tire. Co-powered by the bold look of Kohli.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points, another big news day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message to Pakistan is addressed to the nation. The Modi doctrine, terror and talks cannot coexist, nor can blood and water. India will be undeterred by nuclear blackmail. You hit us, we'll hit you back and treat it as an act of war. How will this actually operate on the ground? What is really the big message of the Modi doctrine? All that and more on this News Today special. But first, as always, it's time for the big headlines. Prime Minister Modi hails Operation Sindoor, calls it the new normal, says India will not tolerate Pakistan-based terror, says any talks with Pakistan will only be on terror and POK, and talks cannot go with terror, nor blood with water. Prime Minister calls out Pakistan's nuclear bluff, says nuclear blackmail threats won't work anymore, insists that Operation Sindoor has only pressed a pause button, is not over. First round of military-level talks held by India and Pakistan today. Both agree on immediate measures to ensure troop reduction from forward and border areas. India's indigenous defense systems hit Pakistan's. Forces claim indigenous anti-drone systems took down Pakistan's Turkish-made drones. Made in India weapons also triumphed against Chinese defense systems, claim the armed forces. Indian airspace opened for commercial flights. Pan-India commercial flight movement resumed. 32 Indian airports were shut after India initiated Operation Sindoor. US President Donald Trump throws another googly. Claims he was the one who stopped a nuclear war by pressurizing India and Pakistan for a ceasefire. Says he is now ready for trade deals with both. And US-China strike a trade deal amidst tariff war. Both nations decide to drastically roll back tariffs on each other's goods for an initial 90-day period. Virat Kohli retires from Test cricket. The legend announces this ahead of the England tour. Calls time on a 14-year-old long outstanding Test career. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has addressed the nation for the first time since the Pahalgam terror strike and Operation Sindoor. The Prime Minister has made it clear India won't take nuclear blackmail from Pakistan lying down. The Prime Minister made it clear this was only a pause in the fight against terrorists in Pakistan. Prime Minister claimed Pakistan was the one which went begging for an exit route and had assured action on terror and pleaded for a ceasefire. The Prime Minister claims that India has achieved an objective of demolishing terror infrastructure. Prime Minister claimed Operation Sindoor is a pledge for justice and India was united and would not allow those trying to use terror to divide people. Strong messages from the Prime Minister also saying that this fight is not just against terror but also against the sponsors of terror. A direct message in a way to the Pakistani army state that any terror strike will effectively now be seen as an act of war against India. Take a look at what the Prime Minister said.
कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा. न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे।
Strong words from Prime Minister Modi, but the big question, how will this Modi doctrine now rein in Pakistan-based terror? Have we now drawn a new red line with our neighbor, our hostile neighbor? That's the question that Narendra Modi's tough words will raise. Joining me now is Raj Chengappa, editorial director at India Today, joins me, veteran of covering many India-Pakistan stories. I'm also joined by another veteran, Dr. Sanjay Baru, veteran journalist and someone who was part of Manmohan Singh's Prime Minister's office, and Geeta Mohan, our diplomatic affairs editor, who I'm going to first. Geeta, how is this speech being now seen? The strong words by the Prime Minister, what kind of reactions are we getting at the moment, particularly from all the diplomats and others you've been speaking to?
Well, too early for reactions to come in, Rajdeep. We'll start rolling out reactions in just a while from now. But yes, it just comes after the big announcement by US President Donald Trump. Having said that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for the first time, made the entire policy official. For the past 2 days, we've been saying on the basis of sources that the government has shifted its stance and its policy, saying that act of terror will now be considered as an act of war. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spelled that out in no uncertain words. So that's very important. It's not just a shift, Rajdeep, it's also a message to the world and to those who were saying and thinking that there was a lot of pressure that was being mounted on India, that if there's an act of terror, there is going to be a military response. The world can think what they want to, the world can say what they want to, but please do not call New Delhi to say de-escalate. If they want de-escalation, it should happen from the perpetrators. And here he said the Akas, the ones behind the terror attacks, which he meant was the Pakistani state and the establishment. So that's a clear message.
The University of Terror. The University of Terror, as he's called it, they are the ones who have, and he widened its scope, Raj Chengappa, not just to include what happened to India, but across the world, that this is a country which for decades now has been sponsoring terror. How do you interpret that message? Do we now have a new strategic doctrine in place which says enough of diplomatic restraint? We will now treat every terror attack as an act of war. Operation Sindoor is the new normal.
Well, I think let's call it more on the red lines, right? Strategic doctrines, you could term it in various other ways. And if you look at that, first is that the quantum of punishment is a dramatic improvement. I mean, escalation over what happened in Balakot. You are hitting one camp and mainly foot soldiers. Here you're now virtually cutting the head of the snake off, right? You're hitting the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba as well as Jaish-e-Mohammed. And the second big message is, so you're going after the leaders. You are not, just trying to make a hit at the ground level. The second, I think, big thing is geography is not a constraint. There is no place to hide. We will hit you wherever you are. And that's the big message that's there. And the third is a big message for Pakistan, that we're willing to get into Punjab, which is your heartland, close to the capital. We'll strike you where it hurts you the most. We are unafraid of your nuclear blackmail that you thought you'd always get away with. And the other aspect is that, when it came to toughness in terms of what ahead, he was very clear that there will be no, terror. I mean, no talks of this terror still. In terms of trade also, we're going to cut off. And he also mentioned blood and water will not mix, which means that the Indus water is going to be an issue as we look ahead. And very, very interestingly, also mentioned POK. There was one aspect of it, which I think Pakistan should take note of, that he talked of the fact that Pakistan themselves will have to come to terms and cleanse themselves. So there is an opening in terms of the development side that Pakistan must now move in a different direction. And that's very valid because I feel if you have to really get away from the trap that they're in, Pakistan must start focusing on development. There are a virtual basket case that is...
So there's a very, very tough message to Pakistan in the Prime Minister's message, not just limited to non-state actors, as the terrorists were called, but to the Pakistani army state as well. That's the distinction. Until now, Pakistan has tried to make a distinction between non-state actors, i.e. the terrorist groups, and the state of Pakistan. The Prime Minister is not making that distinction anymore. I want to come to you, Dr. Sanjay Baru. Are we seeing, therefore, a radical departure from how previous governments dealt with terror? Now the Prime Minister is claiming Operation Sindoor is the new normal. You hit us, we will come right into your heartland and strike you undeterred by nuclear blackmail.
Well, I mean, Rajdeep, first of all, we have still not found out who these terrorists were in Pahalgam who came and killed 26 Indians. They are still at large. We don't know who exactly they are, where did they come. I think I understand entirely the Prime Minister's approach, the government's approach under the circumstances. But I think going forward, it's very important for us to be careful that we do not destabilize the region by reacting in this manner to every terror attack. I mean, we are then giving the initiative to random terrorists. After all, how many people are involved in Pahalgam? 5, 6? I mean, you can get a group of terrorists staging a terror attack and then put two nations at war. So I'm not convinced that this is a doctrine that can be sustained. You can have another terror attack day after tomorrow, and then again we are back at war. So I think we need a long-term strategy to deal with Pakistan. This has been the argument. I mean, this has been the view of Prime Minister Vajpayee, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh in the past, that while terrorism is there under so many governments, from the Narasimha Rao's time, we have seen terrorism. But what is a long-term solution? Threatening Pakistan, I understand, under the circumstances. Warning Pakistan that will go after you if you do it again is entirely understandable. But if we are subject to random attacks by elements that we cannot identify, after all, we have not yet identified the elements in Pahalgam, then are we exposing our country to continuous destabilization? Is this a wise long-term strategy for India and Pakistan? That's the one question I would like to pose to the government. Second, I think the fact is that the response of the international community for the very first time was fundamentally different from the past. You look at the way in which the world reacted in November 2008 when we had the Mumbai attack, and or even in the Balakot. And this time, I mean, could the International Monetary Fund not have postponed its meeting at least by a week and said that, look, there are hostilities between these two countries, let's meet a week later? They met in the middle of hostilities. That was a message to India. So, and then today Trump's remarks just before the Prime Minister's address that he got in and separated the two. I think, these are all questions that the current situation poses to which we do not have clear answers.
Let me bring in a guest who's joining us from Washington at the moment. I'm joined by Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Rubin. But before that, just to let you know that US President Donald Trump a short while ago spoke, and he too on India and Pakistan gave us some breaking news. Trump said he was the one who stopped a nuclear conflict. That was the breaking news that came in a little while ago. Trump said, I told both sides to stop fighting. Trump claims he pressured India and Pakistan for a ceasefire and will do a lot of trade now with both. Just listen to what Donald Trump said, and then I'll get a reaction from my guest in Washington.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And
Michael Rubin, how are we to see what Donald Trump said a while ago? Is America truly playing the role here of an honest deal maker? Or is this Donald Trump simply not following any process when he claims credit for bringing this conflict to at least a pause at the moment?
Well, the thing to understand about Donald Trump is that he also single-handedly won the Cricket World Cup, he landed on the moon, and he invented the internet. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump is prone to exaggeration, and he's also speaking to the American audience. He shouldn't be taken literally. I am absolutely sure, however, that the United States was scrambling behind the scenes to try to pass messages along and to try to derail any escalation that could lead to unrestricted warfare. So I think it's a little bit untoward, it's impolite, it's navel-gazing for Donald Trump to try to claim credit for everything. It does India a disservice and Pakistan a disservice. The last thing is what I would read into Donald Trump's comments is still a troubling deference to moral equivalency between India and Pakistan in terms of who was the aggressor and who was the victim.
That's a great point you made there, Michael. Is that a worry, though, that Donald Trump, and that's a worry here in New Delhi, that here is an American president not making a distinction between the perpetrators of terror, and not just terror against India, but as Prime Minister Modi enunciated, against the world. This is the same country that housed Osama bin Laden. So does Donald Trump need a lesson, in a sense, in South Asian geopolitics when he tries to equate India and Pakistan, the perpetrator of terror, with the victim of terror here? And why is he
Well, I think, first of all, we saw that Donald Trump needs a lesson in South Asia when he said that this conflict had been going on for more than 1,000 years across the border. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump doesn't know the details. He's often speaking from the cuff. The good news is, however, he has a strong relation with Prime Minister Modi, and he also has a team which understands the reality of South Asia much more than the president does. And so then the question is, how do you allow the President of the United States to save face while getting spun up to speed on the situation? We have seen, for example, in American reporting, that in the more than 100 days which Donald Trump has been in office, he has skipped all but 12 of his presidential daily briefs, the daily CIA briefings about world affairs. Perhaps he really does need an education right now.
And the point that you make also in a tweet I saw, that here is a president who failed to stop Pakistan, the nuclear threat which has been held out from time to time whenever there's been a conflict between India and Pakistan. Today, Prime Minister Modi making it very clear, we will not be deterred by nuclear blackmail. Does Donald Trump recognize the dangers that, dare I call it, a rogue army state in Pakistan holds while it has the nuclear button, and therefore needs to send them a tough message?
Put it this way. he will ultimately understand this. I worry about the damage that could be done before he doesn't. And you know what? His legacy, if he's not careful, is not only going to be the exasperation of the situation in Pakistan, but it's also going to be Pakistan transforming Bangladesh into a twin of state sponsorship of terror. And so, look, every president since George H.W. Bush had his foreign policy legacy defined by the crisis which no one saw coming during his campaign. And Donald Trump is no different. He wasn't thinking about India or Pakistan when he was campaigning against Kamala Harris. However, the way he reacts now is really going to be how history judges him. He's dug himself into a bit of a hole, but it's not too late to dig out and recognize the reality. But I would also put some of the onus for educating Donald Trump on Prime Minister Modi. He has a personal relationship. He needs to use it. The historical analogy I would make is when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990. President George H.W. Bush wasn't sure how to respond. And Margaret Thatcher, with whom he had a personal relationship, said, "Don't go wobbly on me now, George." We need a similar moment between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump.
I'll come back to you in a moment, Michael, because you're making very, very strong and very important points. But Raj Chengappa, this is precisely the problem. Prime Minister Modi has enunciated the Modi doctrine very clearly, that there's a red line that we've drawn in a way with Pakistan-based terror. The world needs to wake up to it. We've just heard the US president once again hyphenating India and Pakistan, saying he wants to do trade with both great nations. Is that, in a sense, part of where India is going to have to navigate this very closely? Yes, every act of terror is a provocation, but how far can you go when dealing with an unstable Pakistani army state? Is that the concern that we still have to have going forward?
Well, the evaluation of the entire Operation Sindoor as well as the Pakistan response, there is a lot of, lack of clarity. Let's still say the fog of war exists as to what really happened. And if you look at the comments that both President Trump and his Deputy Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, talked about, you will see that he talks of a meeting that we are supposed to have, India is supposed to have with Pakistan on neutral grounds and with key issues. Where is the dissonance coming from? Because the Indians denied fully, and the Pakistanis, of course, were quite happy that America is getting involved. So I'm not very clear where this, I did try to find out how did this all emanate. Certainly, Marco, his Secretary of State and Donald Trump would have played a role in calming things down. We do know that the Secretary of State did go and speak to, or did call General Asim Munir. And what were the circumstances that led it? What we can see is evidence that, one, India had made some decisive strikes. Two, that India had achieved its objectives in the first 30 minutes of the war itself, we would like to call it, when it struck the camps in Muridke and Bawalpur, and therefore, inflicted pain and kept to it. So after that was all escalatory steps that Pakistan was taking. And if you see the final step where India hits the air bases hard, was that a moment of panic for Asim Munir, and therefore he ran to the, as they say, cry uncle?
No, that's what Mr. Modi says. Mr. Modi says Pakistan begged the world to end this conflict.
But let us also be, if you look at it, India had actually right through said we do not want to escalate it beyond the first strike that we did. And Pakistan, after doing what it had to do, was also looking for an exit ramp. But the problem was, I think it had escalated so rapidly to a point that when two nuclear powers clash like this, mistakes of any kind would be disastrous, not just for India and the world. So I don't know where the context is coming from, but certainly, America getting into this picture and Trump, I mean, you always have to take Donald Trump with a pinch of salt.
I think you made a very important point, which Sanjay Baru also made, and I want to press on that, because today we are discussing this Modi doctrine. If I may be, he's not used that word. I'm calling it that when he says Operation Sindoor is the new normal. The worry, of course, is that yes, while we need to send a tough message to Pakistan, it can also result in misadventure. You, Dr. Baru, were part of regimes that spoke of strategic restraint. Now, that did not deter Pakistan. We had 26/11. We've had attacks on our parliament. So, Mr. Modi is taking us in a new direction. Now, surely if what happened in the past didn't work, maybe we've got to try the Modi way of teaching Pakistan a lesson.
Yes, I mean, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I mean, that is why there was national unity on this issue. The opposition political parties also supported the government on the action they were taking. So I don't think that the debate is about whether the government was right or wrong in doing what it did. I think the real issues are going forward. If this is the approach that after every terror attack, we will go and hit, you are giving the initiative to the terrorists, and we don't know who these terrorists are. We have alleged that they are coming from Pakistan, but we still don't know who these chaps who came into Pahalgam are. And tomorrow you could have another attack in other parts of the country. After all, they came from across the sea to Mumbai in 2008. If we lock ourselves into this, strategy that you hit me, I will hit you back, then we are getting into a spiral of destabilization of the subcontinent. And I don't think that's in the long term the right strategy. Right. In the long term, we need a strategy that stabilizes the subcontinent. Now, what is that strategy? It's for people in government to think about. What is it that
the fact, if I'm, the fact is over the last 3 decades, we've not been able to find that strategy with Pakistan in particular.
That's not the point, Rajdeep. Let me finish. I mean, yes, we have tried one strategy in the past that didn't work. We are trying another strategy now. It may or may not work. But I do think there are serious issues. There are serious issues about what exactly is the final solution. Now, what is the final solution? Is the occupation? One minute. Is the occupation of POK the final solution? After all, the Indian Parliament has said that. Amit Shah has said that we will go and take back POK. Is that the final solution? Is that what the international community will support us on? Of course not. And we have had an issue this time that world opinion is not fully convinced about the strategy we have adopted. So there are issues. I'm not criticizing the government for doing what they did. After all, they have more information than all of us. But going forward, will this strategy be a stable strategy? Or will it destabilize the subcontinent? That's the concern
I take your point. And I think you raise a valid concern that I want you, Kanwal Sibal, to address. Michael, I'll come to you in a moment. Kanwal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, joining us. Sanjay Baru is raising a concern. Yes, Modi doctrine, tough kinetic action, but is there an end game? As we saw even with Operation Sindoor, suddenly just as we had bombed Pakistan air bases, few hours later we had pulled out and agreed to an understanding with Pakistan. Is there a fear that this doctrine sounds very good, but how do you get off an escalatory spiral when you're dealing with Pakistan? How do you see the Prime Minister's speech, Mr. Sibal?
Well, I have not heard the speech, but I see on the takeaways that you are publishing just now. Yes. And I think it's a very tough message. And I see it as a message to Trump because Trump has, to my mind, unnecessarily gone out of his way to put pressure on India, of equating India and Pakistan politically, militarily, morally, trying to internationalize the Kashmir issue, offering mediation. And his line, obviously, will give incentive to Pakistan not to draw the right lessons from what has happened, as well as other partners of the United States. It is unfortunate.
But do you support the essence of the Modi doctrine that every act of terror will now effectively be seen as an act of war, that we will not just spare the terrorists, we will also strike against their sponsors. So we will go into air bases in Pakistan, we will go into Bawalpur, Muridke. Do you support that, or do you believe this can lead to miscalculations?
No, I don't think that this is the meaning of what Prime Minister is saying. I mean, if it's a minor attack, let's say a chap from other parts of India is killed in Jammu and Kashmir, as it has happened, some local Kashmiris are killed. It depends on the nature, the size of the attack. And then we have to decide whether it is an attack that merits a strong response from us. True, it is a difficult proposition. Even if there's a small attack, you can't go and start bombing their bases, because then There is a big cost that everyone pays. But there'll now be a great inhibition on the part of Pakistan, unless, of course, we think that Pakistan.
You think this will deter Pakistan? You think this will deter Pakistan? You think this will deter Pakistan?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They must have also drawn the right lessons from what has happened, just as we are drawing some lessons that we should be very careful in not treating every act of terrorism as an act of war, and we have to take the longer-term implications of this in view. Pakistan has to think twice, even more, in terms of provoking India.
Okay. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that, Mr. Rubio, that this approach of a kinetic doctrine, some are likening it already in their reactions to what Israel does, hits at Gaza whenever there is any terror attack. Of course, what happened in October 2023 was of another level. Do you believe, Mr. Rubin, we can do that effectively? That we can actually have this kind of muscular doctrine that the Prime Minister has enunciated? Is that the way the world should deal with terror, Mr. Rubin?
I absolutely believe that's the way the world should be with terror. And then, at the very least, you claim the right to do this. And if you choose not to, that's something for down the road. But look, terrorism is a cost-benefit analysis. That's why its sponsors embrace it as a tactic. You raise the cost, and it's going to cause some serious doubt. But in reality, is it going to be enough to end the problem? Here's where I dispense with any moral equivalency. Look, the problem India faces, and for that matter the world faces, is only going to end when Pakistan fundamentally reforms the mess that its state has become. It's only going to fundamentally abandon terrorism when civilians gain true control and the military is put back in its place. You know, there's been two recent conflicts, one between Russia and Ukraine, and the Russian army hasn't been held accountable internally in terms of reforms and so forth for its corruption and its miscalculation. Then there was the Azerbaijan-Armenia war of 2020, where the Armenian military lost badly, and the defense minister, for all of his miscalculations and alleged corruption, today is in prison in Armenia. The question now in Islamabad is whether Asim Munir is going to be held accountable. But ultimately, peace and stability will only come when the Pakistanis hold themselves accountable rather than try to distract the world and their own public by continuing sponsoring terrorism and attacking India.
So let me just take that to you, that if tomorrow, God forbid, there is something similar to what happens in Pahalgam, and India decides, as the Modi doctrine says, that we're going to hit you back, will the US fully support us? Because in this particular three-day conflict, as we keep saying, they showed this equivalence. Will that change? And what you're saying, Prime Minister Modi now needs to speak to Donald Trump and wake him up to the reality. Am I right?
Ultimately, I think the United States will support India, but you're absolutely right. Prime Minister Modi and various diplomats, as well as members of President Trump's inner circle, need to give President Trump an education quickly and make him understand that he's actually making the situation worse by extending a lifeline to Pakistan.
Let me give a final word to you then, Kanwal Sibal. Do you believe that that is one of the challenges for India's diplomats, to go across the world and say that, particularly to Washington, that this equivalence, you've been a former ambassador there, that this equivalence will no longer do? Because if that equivalence is retained, then this entire Modi doctrine simply doesn't, simply won't be able to have that kind of impact it needs to have to get Pakistan to end sponsoring terror.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit puzzled and disappointed by the position that President Trump has taken. But then President Trump blows hot and cold. He doesn't focus on the complexities of the issues. He's whimsical. He's unpredictable. And what he's done it can potentially do great damage to the trust building between India and the United States, because he's touching the raw nerves of India. And he's actually contradicting the basis, the core of Indian foreign policy when it comes to dealing with the Kashmir issue and with Pakistan. Huge error. We have people around him who understand the issues, and I hope they can influence him and educate him, as was rightly said, so that he doesn't put more and more his foot into his mouth. It's very unfortunate what he's doing, and he's putting us before a very, very difficult challenge. at a time when we are committed to enlarging and deepening our relations with the United States, and things look pretty good after the visit of our Prime Minister there. So one is very perplexed as to why he has taken the position he has taken, even to the point where absurdly suggesting that I'll end trade with both countries if they don't agree on a permanent ceasefire.
Okay.
US trade with Pakistan is only $7 billion. With us, it's $200 billion. Is this a responsible politician speaking? Is it a responsible attitude of the President of the United States? I mean, it's very possible. Step back from it.
I'm going to end it here. I think all of you have made very strong points, which I hope someone, both in the White House and here, is listening to. Mr. Rubin, thank you very much. You were excellent, and you've given some very strong comments. We look forward to having you in the future. Sanjay Baru, Raj Chengappa, Kamal Sibal, for giving us your initial comments. Of course, it will take time to digest this whole Modi doctrine, my word, not necessarily the Prime Minister's, the tough talk that he gave today. But terror and talks don't go together, neither do blood and water. I think those words will resonate. I appreciate my guests joining me. Let's take a look now at the military aspect of this, because the Indian Armed Forces today once again reiterated that only terrorists and terror infrastructure were targeted in Operation Sindoor, and that India's fight was not against Pakistan's military but against its terror infrastructure. Remember, because Pakistan supported the terrorists, that's why the military infrastructure was struck. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti confirming that all Indian military bases remain intact, fully operational, and that Indian side incurred only minor losses. The Indian Armed Forces also reiterating that Pakistan drone and rocket attacks failed to pierce India's multi-tiered air defense system, also making it clear that Pakistan's nuclear installations were not targeted. And during Operation Sindoor, Chinese PL-15 missiles, Turkish drones were destroyed. The forces categorically denying reports that Indian Air Force struck the Kirana Hills in Pakistan in Punjab. Remember, this is a long area, long speculated to have Islamabad's or Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. How is this now, this Modi doctrine being seen by our armed forces? We heard from diplomats and analysts. Let's turn to armed forces. Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, former Director General Military Operations with us. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, former Director General Air Safety at the IAF with us. Sandeep Unithan is still with us. I appreciate all of you joining us. General Bhatia, your sense, is this now Prime Minister Modi saying, I'm giving the armed forces now far greater liberty to strike inside Pakistan, including into Punjab, if Pakistan resorts to a major terror strike against India?
Yes, I think this is very clear now. The political military will, political military capability has been demonstrated, and we have achieved all our aims which were laid down for Operation Sindoor. And it's been done at a minor cost to us, and Pakistan realized that the cost of consequences of terror as a weapon under the nuclear umbrella, nuclear rhetoric, nuclear blackmail will no longer be tolerated, and the nuclear factor has now been disconnected with terror. And the reply to the terror...
General Bhatia, allow me to push that. Has it been disconnected? Because if it was disconnected, then why didn't we take a step? If we had got, as is being claimed, Pakistan on its knees by striking their air bases, then why were we also so ready to agree to an agreement on the very same day? If, as you're saying, we're not worried about the nuclear deterrent.
See, militarily, if you look at it, what have we done? Firstly, we had 9 terror camps. Okay, it's a terrorist system. That the 3P strategy, as I call it, proactive, punitive, and preemptive. Right. So it was punitive and preemptive ops which went in on the 6th, 7th night, and thereafter, when our military installation was targeted, what we did was took out the air defense umbrella. The 11 bases which were struck, Pakistan was devoid of the air defense, and they had no choice but to then call up India and say, okay, let us have a cessation of hostilities. It is not cessation of hostilities. It is not ceasefire agreement anymore. Right? There was never a ceasefire agreement in any case. Let us agree upon ceasefire between the two DGMOs. So what I'm trying to say is we have demonstrated not a political military will, a synchronization which has not been done earlier in as many, this thing in surgical strikes was done. Balakot, it was achieved to an operational level. But this is totally different. This is carrying it to the next level, actually. So Pakistan paid for it. And I think the nuclear factor under which Pakistan for the last 3.5 decades or 3 decades now has carried on the terror That has been removed now. The primes are very clear. Nuclear rhetoric, nuclear blackmail will not be tolerated. So that is where we were restrained, and now that strategic restraint is not there anymore.
Let me take that to Air Marshal Kapoor. Air Marshal Kapoor, do you agree with what you just heard from the former DGMO, that India now no longer will be deterred by nuclear blackmail? That's one big message that the Prime Minister has given today, and that he General Bhatia believes Operation Sindoor has achieved. We can go right into the heart of Punjab, Pakistan Punjab, into a Bawalpur, into a Muridke, into a Rawalpindi, and strike at will.
Yes, we can. And this picture which you are just flashing right away is just indicating that a dome of a particular specified target has been taken out. In my opinion, Rajdeep, what has rattled the world is the way our indigenous things were put into use in this operation. The developed products in-house with our own coding, with our own chips, with our own software, without taking help of any outside agency, and this is what has rattled the world the most. Now, if you see, the West has never criticized Pahalgam or the losses in other ways, because somewhere it indicates that their own products are not as good. So the Chinese, the Americans, the French, and the other NATO allies, their products,
foreign media, Air Marshal Kapoor, with due regard, foreign media is claiming that some of these Chinese jets have caused huge damage to us. These are being done by very responsible foreign media. So, I mean, are we telling the full story there? Is there equivalence in air power, or is it one-sided?
No, it is not one-sided. If you recall, the 8th and the 9th night, we took out all the air defense system and radars. And where did this product come from? Why were we able to go smoothly inside and attack on the 10th, early morning? The 10th of May would be a defining day in the air power history, and in the years to come, it will be taught in the history books that in precisely 90 minutes, 11 frontline air bases were taken out. It has never happened in the history of aviation. And not only one, they were precise targets with a CEP of 1 meter. And this was done by indigenously developed weapons. And this is the message which the world should get. And when the Prime Minister was speaking now, he was mentioning the same thing. He was mentioning the same thing. And when he spoke in Bihar the other day in English, it was for the world. And today when he spoke now, most of the message was for the world. So he wants to tell that the path to peace goes through hostilities. And that is what he meant, that we have to rise in power and we have to be, self-sufficient to be a world leader, what he's envisaging.
Okay, let me get in Sandeep Unithan. Yes, Sandeep has tracked defense for years. Sandeep, what did you see so different from a defense perspective in what the Prime Minister said today from what you've heard from previous Prime Ministers?
Rajdeep, what Prime Minister Modi said today was historic. What he's basically said is that he's not going to be deterred by nuclear weapons-enabled terrorism. Now, this is a Damocles sword that the Pakistan military had hung over the political establishment, the Indian political establishment, for decades. Right from the time of General Ziaul Haq, the Pakistani bombs were not meant to deter the Indian military. The Indian military is fully capable of fighting through a nuclear war. The Pakistani bomb was meant to deter the Indian political class. They achieved deterrence when the first F-16 flew with a bomb under its belly, somewhere, we believe, in the late 80s to the early 90s, which is when our nuclear weapons program was pulled out of the closet and they started developing those nuclear weapons. But to Pakistan's ability over the last couple of decades, they have managed to hold our massive conventional edge at bay using nuclear weapons. And the last time this happened was in Op Parakram 2001-2002, where that massive deployment happened 6 months. And after which a very, very significant speech was made by Lieutenant General Khalid Kidwai, who was the head of the Pakistan's Strategic Plans Division, where he enunciated the 4 red lines based on which Pakistan would use nuclear weapons if those 4 thresholds were crossed. Basically, it's this: if you capture territory, destroy their military infrastructure, economically strangulate them, or foment internal disturbance. So the point they were trying to make is that you try and do any of these, we're going to use the bomb on you. So, and the most important thing, Rajiv, to understand is that the Pakistani nuclear weapons program began in the 70s under Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. It was meant to protect Pakistan from dismemberment, further dismemberment after the 1971 war. But somewhere down in the 80s and in the 90s, when they launched a wave of terror attacks against India, there was no conventional military response. The Pakistani military believed it had achieved deterrence using its nuclear weapons. And that is when, from an instrument of state survival, it became an instrument of enabling terrorism. That is when this malicious strategy of nuclear weapons-enabled terrorism began. 3 decades, successive Indian prime ministers, from Prime Minister Vajpayee to Manmohan Singh, had no answer to this. They would always stop short of ordering military strikes. But here you have today an Indian prime minister, the first Indian prime minister who has authorized the use of the Indian Air Force. At the very outset, he has ordered airstrikes on Pakistan, unprecedented. You heard the Air Marshal say that 90 minutes, 11 airfields. The Indian Air Force has never undertaken operations of such a high tempo and magnitude since 1947. And the Prime Minister then ending it with this speech where he mentioned that, terror talks will not go hand in hand and we are not going to be deterred by nuclear blackmail. This is one of the most historic speeches ever delivered by an Indian Prime Minister since 1947. Rajdeep.
Okay, Sandeep Unithan giving us his sense. General Bhatia and Air Marshal Kapoor will of course come to you in the days ahead for a wider discussion on this. I wanted today initial comments. I think we are digesting what Prime Minister has said. General Bhatia, just one quick answer. Do you believe this will deter terror? Will this be a deterrent to terror? That's the worry. Will cross-border terrorism stop as a result?
Yes, I firmly believe it will, because if you look at the terror statistics, they've gone down. After 2016 surgical strikes, there have been no terror attacks outside of Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, so this has taken note of. And now with Operation Sindoor, this will lower down the violence levels in Jammu and Kashmir too, because they know that Pakistan has to pay the cost and consequences of terror attack. I'm not saying that every terror attack will be punished like Operation Sindoor. No, but they will keep it below the threshold level of punishment, because the cost and consequences of Pakistan are not only in the military domain, they're also in the diplomatic domain, in the information domain, in the economic domain, and the water, which is very important. Khoon or pani saath mein ho sakta. So nuclear aspects, I think, and just adding to Sandeep, he's covered everything. Even 1999, if we did not cross the LC because of the nuclear, rhetoric and nuclear blackmail, right? So that factor has been removed now. So Pakistan understands that we are not bothered about the nuclear thing anymore. That factor will not be there, and Pakistan will have to pay the cost and consequences of any major terror attack. So that is a very good signal.
I'm going to leave it there. General Bhatia, Air Marshal Kapoor and Sandeep Unithan. I think we've got a sense in the last hour of what the Prime Minister's speech means in terms of redefining our nature of engagement now with a hostile neighbor. How is the opposition seeing it? We'll have that a little later. We're going to extend the show in a moment. But let me take a break at this point. You've been watching the news today. When we return, we'll be also joined by the former Home Minister of the country to get an opposition perspective, V. Chidambaram. And we'll have a ground report from Poonch, where villagers are bearing the brunt of the escalated conflict. Back in a moment.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi's first nationwide address after Operation Sindoor. Forces react to reports of strike on Pak nuclear base. Denied hitting Kirana Hill. Air Force quote Ramcharit Manas as peace message. Says must strike fear if you want peace. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 42 and minimum 30 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 38 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
जहां तक दूसरे देशों का फोन आने का सवाल है, देखिए ऐसी परिस्थितियों में तमाम देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, सभी देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से कूल डाउन हो सकता है, इस विषयों पर चर्चा होती है। भारतवर्ष यूक्रेन भी फोन करता है, भारतवर्ष रशिया भी फोन करता है, सब जगह फोन करते हैं, हर कोई एक दूसरे को फोन करता है। इसमें किसी प्रकार का मगर संशय नहीं है कि डीजीएमओ पाकिस्तान ने फोन किया भारतवर्ष के डीजीएमओ को सीज फायर डिमांड करते हुए, रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए, डिमांड नहीं रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए।
दुश्मन के फौजी अड्डे, असलहे के अंबार और एयर बेसेस देखते ही देखते सब खंडरात बन गए। उनके राफेल हमारे शाहीनों के निशाने पर आए और अल्लाह के फजल से फेल हो गए।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Geo Home, Geo More.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening. Our continuing coverage on this big news day when Prime Minister Narendra Modi has addressed the nation for the first time since Operation Sindoor. Let's bring you the headlines once again. Prime Minister Modi hails Operation Sindoor, asserts won't tolerate terror. PM adds talk with Pakistan will only take place on terror and on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Indian airspace opened for commercial flights. Pan-India commercial flight movement removes 32 Indian airports was shut after India initiated Operation Sindoor. First round of military-level talks held by India and Pakistan today. Both agree on immediate measures to ensure troop reduction from forward and border areas. US President Donald Trump says he stopped a nuclear war by pressurizing India and Pakistan for a ceasefire. US-China strike a trade deal amidst the tariff war. Both nations decide to drastically roll back tariffs on each other's goods for an initial 90-day period. Virat Kohli retires from Test cricket. Big announcement ahead of the England tour, calls time on a legendary 14-year-old career. The breaking story coming at the moment. India has rejected US President Donald Trump's claim that he is the one who brought about the ceasefire and that this was linked to trade talks. Sources saying no talks on trade were held and they were not linked to any ceasefire or any understanding with Pakistan. Sources saying no threat from Trump was given on stopping trade if the conflict continued. India angry at the way Donald Trump has again hyphenated Pakistan with India, suggesting that he is the one who brought pressure on both countries to come to the table. Okay, all of this, remember, happened just before Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke out for the first time on Operation Sindoor, addressing the nation. The Prime Minister made it very clear that India would no longer bow down to nuclear blackmail from Pakistan, that terror and talks cannot coexist, and nor can blood and water. It was clear now that India wants to draw a red line, saying they will strike at Pakistan terror infrastructure every time there is a terrorist attack in this country. Listen into what the Prime Minister said.
कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी।
Okay, there you've heard from Prime Minister Modi, tough words that he gave. Let's now get in an opposition reaction at the moment. I'm joined by P. Chidambaram, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, joins me. Appreciate your joining us there, Mr. Chidambaram. You heard Prime Minister Modi, and I'll play more sound bites of him to get you to react. But your first reactions to the Prime Minister's address to the nation, Mr. Chidambaram. Has a new red line been drawn by Mr. Modi when it comes to tackling terror?
He has emphasized past positions of India. He has said it in clear terms. So to that extent, there is no disagreement. Terror and talks cannot go together. Blood and water cannot flow together. We will respond to any terror threat or terrorist act. These are well-known positions, and I'm happy that the Prime Minister has reiterated them in very strong language.
But sir, it is, you're saying the Prime Minister is following a path that is known to, that has also been enunciated in the past. Terror and talks don't go together, for example. But the truth of the matter is, this is a Prime Minister under whose government now armed forces first in Balakot, earlier in the surgical strikes, and now in Operation Sindoor have gone deeper and deeper into Pakistan, this time striking at Bahawalpur and Murid Ke, the terror hubs. The UPA years, by and large, were marked by what many believe was strategic restraint. To that extent, this is setting a new precedent.
Well, you've heard the generals at the time of the Uri response, you heard the generals give the dates and the occasions on which Indian Army entered Pakistani territory and engaged their adversaries. I think there are 7 or 8 dates, which was all published at that time, and you can refer back to the past record. This is after Uri. Balakot was different. Balakot was a singular strike on an alleged terror base. We'll accept the government's version of that. I have no quarrel with that. We accept that version. Balakot was a solitary instance of an Indian aircraft entering Pakistani airspace and attacking a terror base. But otherwise, when full-scale wars erupted in India, between India and Pakistan, India has done whatever was possible at that time. 1947, 1965, 1971, given the state of equipment and the state of readiness, whatever was possible was done. We are talking about 50 years later. 50 years later, neither technology nor capacity remains static.
No, I'm
Capacity is
contrasting,
increased.
sir, with due regard, I'm contrasting the approach after 2008 Mumbai, that heinous 26/11 attack. You became Home Minister soon after, and what we've seen after Pahalgam, the fact that then there was strategic restraint, unwillingness to cross the LOC. Now you've got air power being used to strike Pakistani terror bases.
I'm glad you remembered that in 2008, I became Home Minister after the attack, after the conclusion of the attack, and after every terrorist except Kasab had been eliminated in Mumbai. Kasab was captured. So this question has been asked earlier of the Prime Minister, then Defense Minister, then Foreign Affairs Minister. They answered, if I remember right, they answered that strategic restraint was the modus operandi that was decided upon. So I can't really add to that. As a Home Minister, was 1 day old.
So do you support what Mr. Modi has done? In contrast to, do you believe this is a better approach to send a stronger message to Pakistan?
This is a deterrent approach. It has greater deterrence, and I hope it will have greater deterrence.
Does it carry greater risks as well?
Of course, if the deterrent response naturally carries a greater risk, I think both go together. But then that risk has to be taken. If you want to have a deterrent response, you must be willing to take greater risks.
Let's just hear once again what another piece of what Prime Minister Modi said, and I want you to respond to that, Mr. Chidambaram. Listen into what Prime Minister Modi said in that speech again.
भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते, और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं।
You heard the Prime Minister there again, Mr. Chidambaram. The big question is, strategic restraint of the UPA years could not deter Pakistan-based terror. Will this new kinetic approach of striking Pakistan in the heart of that country, in your view, act as a more effective deterrent?
I hope so. How can I predict the future? I hope it will be a more effective deterrent.
And do you believe that the opposition will continue to fully support the government on the issue, or will the opposition now raise questions, particularly given the kind of comments that Donald Trump has made, which suggests that he wants to play some kind of a greater role in the region?
Donald Trump's role is a mystery, and the government has not clarified President Trump's role. So those are questions which will be raised separately. That has nothing to do with the opposition on the Congress party supporting the government's deterrent action. Let's not mix up the two. Now, Prime Minister mentioned nuclear blackmail. Now, that raises questions. Was there a nuclear blackmail? When Vice President J.D. Vance hinted at alarming intelligence, and he spoke to the Prime Minister of India and said, I have alarming intelligence. That's what the media reported. Was he referring to a nuclear threat? So those are questions which will be legitimately raised. But those are legitimate questions which has to be answered sooner than later. But that has nothing to do with the opposition supporting the government's firm action, which will have, hopefully, effective and considerable deterrent effect on Pakistan.
Mr. P. Chidambaram, for explaining where you stand, I appreciate you joining us here on the show tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
P. Chidambaram, former Home Minister of the country, suggesting that the opposition will support this deterrent strategy, the kinetic strategy that the Modi government has adopted towards Pakistan and Pakistan-based terror. Now, while the doctrine talks of tough action against Pakistan, the escalating conflict that results, as we saw with Operation Sindoor, means that innocent civilians get caught in the crossfire. This time, the border town of Poonch was the worst affected by Pakistan's unprovoked cross-border shelling. And the people of the town are still picking up the pieces. Among the many heart-wrenching stories of civilian casualties is that of 12-year-old twins, Zain Ali and Urwa Fatima. Today's ground report comes from our correspondents Ashutosh Mishra and Kamaljit Sandhu from Poonch.
Collateral damage. Unintended victims of warfare. Zain Ali and Urfa Fatima. 12-year-old twins whose dreams were silenced by a shell that did not distinguish between the civilian and the combatant. Early morning on May 7th, their lives ended, crushed under a wall brought down by Pakistani artillery firing that targeted this residential colony of Poonch along the line of control.
12 years old Zain and Fatima two children were just walking down on the street. The impact on this wall and the shells were all around this, and magnitude of this took all these two kids in the grip, and that led to their casualty. Both the children died in the Pakistani shelling here in Poonch.
मदर थे, उनके भाई दो आए सुरनकोट से, तो वो गाड़ी लेकर इधर नीचे रोड पे खड़े थे। मदर उन्होंने सामान लेकर वो निकल गए। तो जब बाद में जो वो बच्चे दो थे और उनका फादर, तो इतने में वो भी निकले साथ में। तो इतने में वहाँ शेल गिरा, शेल गिरने के बाद वहाँ ही ब्लास्ट हो गया शेल। तो वो इसी जद में आ गए, जो बच्चे भी उनका फादर भी।
Their father, Ramiz Khan, is undergoing treatment at a hospital in Jammu. Urusa Khan, their mother, is shattered. Zain and Urwa had celebrated their birthdays last month. Their relatives broke down as they shared memories.
सैलरी आएगी, कभी मंथ एंड होता है तो 20-25 के बाद, तो कभी उनको बोला जाए ना कि बच्चे पैसे नहीं है, तो बेटा जिद करेगा कभी पापा पैसे दो या ये लेके दो वो लेके दो। तो छोटी बोलती तेरे को पता है ना अभी पापा की पे नहीं आई है, तो तू क्यों तंग करता है पापा को, पे आएगी तो पापा लेके दे देंगे। अपनी कई बार अपनी जो गुल्लक है वो तोड़ के देते थे पापा को कि अभी आपके पास पैसे नहीं है, आप हमारी गुल्लक से ले लो।
The family had shifted to this locality only 2 months ago to cut the kids' commuting time to the school. The school where Zain and Urwa studied, within walking distance from home, was also hit by the shelling.
Pakistani army started targeting the civilians in the bordering areas. The Pakistani artillery fired shells on temple, masjid, Gurudwara, and even the schools. Zain and Fatima and many such children came into impact of the explosion fired by the Pakistani army when they used artillery.
At the Jamia Ul Uloom, a madrasa in Poonch, a teacher, Kari Iqbal, died in Pakistani shelling. 2 children were also injured.
हमारे हौसले अभी टूटे नहीं हैं, हम बुलंद हौसले वाले लोग हैं, मौत से हमें कोई डर नहीं है। हम इंशाल्लाह जो है वो ये सारी चीजें सहने के लिए तैयार हैं इंशाल्लाह।
ये मदरसा खुलेगा दोबारा?
इंशाल्लाह खुलेगा, इंशाल्लाह जरूर खुलेगा।
तैयारी कर रहे हैं, बच्चे वापस लौटेंगे यहाँ पे?
जैसे ही ऑर्डर होगा बिल्कुल बच्चे वापस लौटने के लिए तैयार हैं, हम भी बिल्कुल तैयार हैं, हमारे हौसले टूटे नहीं हैं।
Poonch, the worst hit by Pakistani shelling, is still counting its losses. A return to normal life will take time. The healing even more. With Ashutosh Mishra and Kamaljeet Sandhu, Bureau Report, India Today.
And please keep in your thoughts and prayers tonight the people of Poonch and other border villages. They are the ones who really suffer every time there's an escalating conflict between India and Pakistan. Let's turn to news tinged with some element of sadness, but of a different kind, that takes a break from all the hostilities around us. After 14 incredible years of doing India great credit as a test cricketer, the one and only Virat Kohli has called time on his test career ahead of the England tour. For 14 years, Virat has been truly the engine of this Indian cricket team. His passion and intensity quite like no one else, leading India to lots of successes as captain and being a batsman who really dominated attacks across the world. We will miss King Kohli. This is a tribute to him.
With one Instagram post, Virat Kohli brought down curtains on his decorated test career. A post which broke many hearts as it meant that King Kohli will not be seen in whites anymore.
This is going to be a challenge.
It was 14 years back that he had made his test debut in the West Indies.
To help him get his first run.
The start wasn't that great, but as Kohli's love for the game increased, so did his domination as he conquered every frontier in the years to come.
The height of his powers just...
Kohli says he will always look back at his test career with a smile, and he should. He retires having played more than 100 tests, scoring over 9,200 runs that included 30 incredible centuries. Like his idol, he wanted to cross the 10K mark in the game's oldest format, but the mighty Kohli fell narrowly short.
मेरा एक एम है कि मुझे टेस्ट क्रिकेट में 10,000 रन बनाना है जो मैं चाहूंगा अचीव करना.
But Kohli can be proud of finishing fourth on the list of Indians with the most runs in Test cricket. On the illustrious list, he finishes behind Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid and Sunil Gavaskar. Tributes poured in for the batter as fans, former cricketers and his colleagues congratulated him on a hugely successful Test career. While many believed he could still have given more to the game owing to his fitness, it was perhaps the loss of form over the last 5 years that pushed him closer to retirement. An underwhelming BGT earlier this year was perhaps the writing on the wall.
It draws you into its fold.
His decision to retire might surprise a few, but the word was already out. Kohli was not a sure shot starter in the squad for the England tour, and after talks with the BCCI, he decided to retire. A man of many emotions, often lost in his own perfection, doesn't go on the high he deserved, but leaves with an indelible mark on the format he loved the most. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, now I want to tell you why I think Virat Kohli is arguably the most influential cricketer India has produced since Kapil Dev. Virat Kohli, and I'm going to give you 5 reasons for that. No doubt he's an all-time great. He's the first 21st century all-format champion. All formats, Test, T20, as well as 50 overs. That's why he really became a cricketer who transcended those boundaries. The second reason, he's the first batter to score a remarkable 50 ODI tons. That's huge. 50 ODI tons. The next one, most centuries by an Indian in Australia. Australia is seen arguably as the most difficult place for Indians to play, especially in the 21st century. Virat Kohli has done remarkably well in Australia. Fourth reason, India won an outstanding 40 out of 68 tests in which Virat captained. That is a phenomenal achievement. And number 5, and this I think is really the key, he not only changed the way Indians played cricket on the field, but also off it. Supremely fit. I haven't seen a fitter Indian cricketer in following this game for decades now. And that passion and intensity that enabled him to play all these formats for almost 15 years. Just remarkable. There will be, I believe, Indian cricket BK before Kohli and AK after Kohli. In an interview that I once did with him, I asked him how he would like to be remembered. He said he would like to be remembered as someone who left Indian cricket in a better place than when he joined it. Virat Kohli, in that sense, you've done Indian cricket very, very proud. You leave Test cricket in a way, sadly, but we will always remember you and what you've done for this game. Truly, in that sense, as I said, along with Kapil Dev, who showed that Indians could bowl fast, Virat Kohli has shown Indians can be super fit and succeed. Thanks for watching. Stay well. Stay safe. Good night. Shubhratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar. On the other side, Gaurav Sawant with more on the Prime Minister's speech. Bye for now.
There are few better sides in the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli.
You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored. Oh, that's a super shot.
Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump. Forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
All the kinds of shots that went off Kohli.
watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the edge of excellence.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi's first nationwide address after Operation Sindoor, forces react to reports of strike on Pak nuclear base, denied hitting Kirana Hill, Air Force quote Ramcharit Manas as peace message, says must strike fear if you want peace.
An India Today world exclusive. 2010 India Today inside Muridke.
A safe haven for terrorists. Pakistan uses terror as part of state policy.
2025 Muridke terror hubs wiped out.
Big story coming in. Muridke has been targeted. Oh my God, the terror epicenter has been targeted. Information just coming in. Indian missiles have struck the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Muridke has been bombed. It's a big, big story. This is India's Operation Sindoor.
The line of clarity with God of Sawan. Only on India Today.
The Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains, that is, air, surface and subsurface, through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast on Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has set the new normal. Operation Sindoor is India's new doctrine when it comes to dealing with state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Any act of terror on India will be deemed an act of war. Many more layers to it. We will decode it over the course of the next half hour. I have the finest team of India Today's reporters, anchors, producers and analysts joining me. I have with me Shweta Singh, I have with me Sandeep Unithan, and with me is our Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan. And over the course of the next half hour, we get you all aspects of this very big story. But there's breaking news coming in. I quickly want to cut across to Jammu and Kashmir, where there's breaking news coming in. Information just coming in. Apparently, more drones have been sighted over the Samba sector in Jammu and Kashmir, and Samba is along the international border. So this becomes more serious. It's not just at the line of control, but along the international border where drones have been seen and apparently targeted and taken down. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Sunilji Bhatt, who joins us from Jammu for the latest on this story. These are, of course, deferred images. Unlike some irresponsible channels who are showing you live images and compromising operations, India Today defers them so that once operations are sorted, we get an all clear, then we show you images. You must get the news, but we're not irresponsible like some other channels are. But I want to bring in Sunilji Bhatt for more on this. Sunilji, bring us details. What's the latest information that you're picking up? What are the government agencies telling you?
Gaurav, right after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation, there were reports doing the round. That some drone activity has been witnessed along the India-Pakistan international border in Jammu's Samba district. Now, Army has confirmed that a small number of suspected drones have been spotted, and our air defense system has engaged, and there is nothing to worry. That's what the Army is saying. But Gaurav, this proves the fact that Pakistan cannot be trusted, although it may have assured that it will maintain peace and tranquility. But see what is happening. Once again, drones are being spotted, that too along the India-Pakistan international border, and that is why our troops are on high alert. Our air defense system has also been activated, and that is why any suspicious activity that is being witnessed along the borders is being taken very seriously. And what we are learning from our sources is that these drones have been engaged, and some of them may have also been shot down. We will have to wait for an official word for this. But the Army has confirmed that small number of drones have been spotted hovering over Samba district in Jammu and Kashmir.
Keep tracking that story. Shweta, what would you make of it? Pakistan's DGMO, and this now, the Prime Minister confirmed that it was after India's punitive strikes, it was Pakistan that sought a ceasefire. But Shweta, drones continue to come in.
And it's a huge problem because, Gaurav, as I spoke with a number of our own battalions that are deployed across the line of control, we have our own drones up for CI operations. And it is when you spot these drones, when these drones actually come in, you have to get your drones down. It hinders our surveillance. It's a daily nuisance. It has to be addressed. And if we believe our sources, they're telling us that they're trying to counter ways now. It cannot be an everyday affair because with Pakistan, that is the only thing they do best, just an irritant, and I would call it a way of that they're looking at a way of terror again, because you can't trust Pakistan across Punjab and in Jammu and Kashmir. There are various areas where drones were spotted and it's being taken care of, but we need a final solution. It has to be worked out somehow.
A solution has to be worked out, and Sandeep, despite the punitive strikes, and these strikes have actually hurt the ego of Pakistan army, it's broken the morale of that radical Islamist terror state, but somewhere the fact that it's a radical Islamist terror state, it seems to be again attempting to hamper, as Shweta was putting it, our counter-terror operations.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And you know, I've said this before, just after the ceasefire. I said, look, you can't trust the Pakistan military. It's like a leopard. A leopard never changes its spots. And those spots are what we are actually seeing on our screens. Those are the drones which they're sending across. They're trying to create a new normal there on the LOC. It's very, very dangerous. Let's not forget, Gaurav, they've been doing this over the last 4 years across J&K and Punjab, but to smuggle weapons, to smuggle arms and ammunition and drugs. That they kind of created air corridors for over our international border and the LOC, and they're attempting to do this as a kind of a nuisance, harassment. They're trying to do what they once did on the LOC with small arms fire. They're taking it a couple of levels up above in the skies with those drones.
Geeta, the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his address on Operation Sindoor, made one thing very clear. Whether there was 9/11 or the London tube bombing, wherever there's been terror, in America or in UK, there was a Pakistan connection. And yet, it seems, whether it's the leadership in America or leadership in Europe, they need to wake up and do a lot more than what they are as of now. They cannot continue to appease a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. It was not with India, but with Pakistan that the conversation happened about de-escalation and about having to stop fire immediately. That the call between Rubio and Pak Army Chief Asim Munir. And Pakistan wanted the firing to stop, not India. India said, you strike, we strike. And the red lines and the new normal has been set by the Prime Minister of India. If these drones continue to show themselves and you keep countering them, that's just a counter of drone versus drone. But if the drones drop something, if the drones carry weapons and ammo, then it becomes a different game altogether. Are we looking at a mutual understanding to stop fire, which is a temporary halt for now that is being violated? We'll have to wait and see. We have this entire night to go through. Every night has been, every time we go home or we're closing or ending our bulletins here, Gaurav, we say, okay, let's wait this night out and see whether Pakistan is going to violate or not. So this is a temporary halt. And let's take one step, one night at a time.
Let's take it one night at a time. But there's one point that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made very clear in his 22-minute long address to the nation on Operation Sindoor. This operation continues. No way will we permit Pakistan or any radical Islamist terrorist organization or state to continue bleeding India. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister on the new normal.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है। एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं।
Will hit terror at source, Shweta. It's very clear. The signal, and it's not even you have to read between the lines. It is the line. We will hit terror at source.
And for everybody who was thinking, why the ceasefire, I think the Prime Minister answered them all. That India considers this operation as still there. A ceasefire probably for the first time in an operation. And as the BJP leaders say, the word ceasefire was never used.
Yes.
So if the Prime Minister says that this is the new normal, I think Pakistan should remember this. The only thing I can't understand is why are they trying to still show their presence through these drones, and what is, because you can never trust Pakistan The Prime Minister has said that our fight is still on, Operation Sindoor is still on, and Pakistan will have to pay for this. But the big question is, what does Pakistan want out of all this? It is addressing its audience when it's saying that we were not the first ones to go, and India actually went down on their knees, which is a complete distortion of facts after all those pictures of air bases that you've seen, of all the military installations that you've seen. But still, why these minor irritants? What does it want to prove even now, Gaurav?
Perhaps the only reason, Geeta, for the army to exist is enmity towards India, and that is why the Pakistan army doesn't know, because people in Pakistan now have started asking that all the defense budget that's gone to Pakistan army in the past 75 years or 80 years, what have they done if they couldn't stop not one Indian missile the Pakistanis could stop, whether it was hitting Sargodha or Jacobabad or Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir in Skardu or Bolari in Sindh. Pakistan was so vulnerable, virtually naked, we could hit where we wanted, when we wanted.
Well, Gaurav, the fact is that India has been feeding the Pakistani army and the establishment, and that's a fact. If not for India, if not for the Kashmir issue, if not for terrorism, the defense budget of Pakistan would not have been that huge. And the Pakistani army generals would not be able to afford the bungalows they have within Pakistan and in many of the top cities of the world, which includes West Asia and London. So we not only feed the Pakistani army, we allow the Pakistani generals to thrive because of the problems. So Pakistan will never let go of this problem. This that you're seeing today, the violations that you've seen after the mutual understanding had come about, clearly show that there is no intention on Pakistan's part to really put this thing to an end and ensure that, you know, there is some forward movement, acceptance and acknowledgement of the terror factories. They're actually calling them civilians. They have not acknowledged that terrorist hubs were hit within Pakistan. They are not going to change tack. I'll just end by saying this one, joke that is doing the rounds on social media. It was basically a Pakistani boy who said that, you know, Iran hits Israel with 1,000 missiles and only 2 or 3 managed to enter Israel. Of course, they had the Iron Dome. And he was like, India just sent 24 missiles and all of them entered Pakistan and hit the right targets. So we are absolutely a useless country. I'm just saying that, you know, on a lighter note, there was this video doing the rounds, but that's the truth, that yes, they had no systems up, their defenses were clearly not in place, and India managed to achieve what India did. But
absolutely, the BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, the more we talk about it, the better. It actually instills fear in the hearts of the Pakistani military establishment. But if I may, Sandeep, I want our viewers to listen in to the Prime Minister saying, no longer will India be worried about Pakistani nuclear blackmail, because that anyway stands exposed now. Listen in.
कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है।
Sandeep, one of the biggest aspects of Operation Sindoor is decisively calling out Pakistan's nuclear bluff. It had been done in 2019 also during the operation at Balakot. But this time it's decisive, striking 11 Pakistani air bases, including Sargodha, including Noor Khan, including right from Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Bulari to Malir in Karachi. Karachi was hit. Finally, government has today said so. Karachi was hit. But amazing, the nuclear bluff. It's been called out, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And just to give you a short history of Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, it began in the 1970s and went on till the 1990s. It was meant to protect the state of Pakistan from further dismemberment, like what happened with East Pakistan, which became Bangladesh. But somewhere in the 1990s, when the Pakistan military engineered a series of terror attacks across India, starting with the Mumbai terror attacks of 1993 and culminating with 26/11, you had the attacks on Parliament, you had several attacks across India. When they were not punished by India for it militarily, the Pakistan military believed they had got a brand new strategy. Nuclear weapons enabled terrorism. The only country in the world, 9 nuclear weapon states, the only country in the world that uses terror as a sword and a shield of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons shielding terrorism. Now that strategy has been called out first in 2019 with that single attack on Balakot, and today, 2025, just 2 days after the Pokhran anniversary, Gaurav, we have called out Pakistan's nuclear bluff, and the Prime Minister has done what no Prime Minister before him could do. Not Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, not Prime Minister Vajpayee, and certainly not Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. He has called out Pakistan's nuclear bluff. He has said, I will not take your nuclear blackmail. There is no nuclear weapons-enabled terrorism. Sponsors of terrorism will pay, and that rampage, Gaurav, I'm using that word rampage, by the Indian Air Force in a span of 90 minutes, 11 bases and military sites across Pakistan, a distance between New Delhi and Mumbai. That is the 1,800-kilometer distance that they have struck with brute force, disabled, destroyed, and demolished parts of Pakistan's air forces, air bases, and even some of their nuclear sites. That has sent a very, very strong message across the border, Gaurav.
Shweta, Adbhut, Avishwasniya, Akalpaniya. But it has happened. Not in our wildest dreams did we think Sargodha could be hit, Islamabad could be hit, Lahore could be hit. We could not even think Muridke or Bahawalpur could be hit. But this is Avishwasniya, this is Akalpaniya, and it has happened in our lifetimes.
Because 1965, it was decided by both the countries who were fighting a war to cross the border. And that's when we went up till the Ichugal Canal in Lahore.
Yes.
But when there is no declared war, when there is a war against terror, we could not even think that India would go deep inside Pakistan and strike, and without even crossing the border. Pakistan is trying to do that with its Shadi ka drone, that we could say. But they actually know what it would mean to wage a war against India. Now their ministers are crying that we should go back to the same Indus Water Treaty that was, and the abeyance part of it should be forgotten. But I think Pakistan, when we talk of a ceasefire to the hostilities that were continuing, okay. But there is no ceasefire on terror. That's what the Prime Minister has also said.
No ceasefire on terror, and the Indus Waters Treaty remains in abeyance, Geeta. So if Pakistan wants more water, if it wants that generosity, then it cannot pay us back by taking our blood. Blood and water will not flow together. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's doctrine. He's made it very clear. Modi doctrine, blood and water will not flow together.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. The most important message, apart from the fact that a new normal has been set by India, is the fact that terror and trade can't go together. Terror and talks can't go together. and terror and water can't flow together. That's the message. And very clearly, India has told Pakistan that there are only talks, everything is off the table. The only thing that's on the table, if the two countries need to talk or have to talk, it is going to be about return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and handover of terrorists.
That's the only thing I hope we see in our lifetimes, that we get back Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Baki to sab dekh liya, Sandeep. Shweta and Geeta much younger, but clearly this is the only thing that remains to be seen. But there's another big story. All this, Trump talk about, intervening for peace. I want to get you a big story on that. More news coming in, and big story we're getting you here on India Today. India rejects decisively US President Donald Trump's tall claims that he helped broker a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Sources are telling India Today there was absolutely no conversation with any of the interlocutors on trade. Trump just gave that bogey where Donald Trump said, if you want more trade, then there has to be ceasefire. Sources in the government are telling India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan there was absolutely no conversation on trade, whether with J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. No threat from Trump. No threat from Trump on stopping trade. Listening to Donald Trump, I'll get you more on that story.
On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And
Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan with me on the story. Geeta, what are your sources telling you? Because Donald Trump is making tall claims. He may have helped. He may have helped Pakistan. He indeed helped Pakistan. But clearly, what about the Indian side?
Well, the Indian side is very clear. There were a few conversations that happened. One at the top level, Vice President Vance speaking to Prime Minister Modi. Then Rubio, after having spoken to Asim Munir, spoke with Dr. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor. And in all those conversations, there was just one message. India had said that if they stop, we stop. The final call was Marco Rubio's, where he said, I'm not calling to say, to ask for an off-ramp or de-escalation. I'm calling to tell you that Asim Munir wants firing to stop. That was the only conversation, nothing on trade and certainly nothing on nuclear.
Okay, so is Donald Trump bragging as usual? He couldn't bring about a ceasefire or peace between Israel and Hamas, not between Russia and Ukraine. India very clearly says he didn't even try here. There was no conversation on trade. Pakistan called up India and said, please stop firing. We've agreed to pause, but Pakistan is on notice. That is all we have for you on this special broadcast. Sandeep, thank you. Shweta, Geeta, thank you very much for joining me on this special broadcast. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है। विश्व में किसी ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, पाकिस्तान ने तो सपने में भी नहीं सोचा होगा कि भारत की सेना के पास, भारत की एयरफोर्स के पास और भारत के राजनेताओं के पास ऐसी इच्छा शक्ति होगी कि इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर घुस के वो हमारे आतंकी अड्डे को ध्वस्त कर सकते हैं। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह, जो कि जैशे मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था, उस मुख्यालय को भारत की वायुसेना ने ध्वस्त किया। यह कोई छोटा विषय नहीं है। यह बहावलपुर एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस भी अपने ड्रोन नहीं भेज पाया था। उस जगह पे भारत घुस के मारता है। आज का भारत, आज का नया भारत यही है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 42 and minimum 30 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 38 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees.
प्रिय देशवासियों, नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को